Okay. Happy Saturday, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Leah Webb, and I am the Vice Chair of the Black Millennial Convention.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Thank y'all for joining us on this turn up, terrific, wonderful, and where I'm at in Virginia, hot Saturday. Thank you all for tapping in with us for the third annual national convening for the Black Millennial Convention. This year's theme is the journey to justice. And just to be clear, we're not we're not new to this. This isn't something that we just started doing. Yesterday we've been putting in this work, but all of this is predicated and based and inspired on the original Black Political Convention in 1972 in Gary, Indiana. Now, I want to make sure that we're clear. The Black Millennial Convention is a nonpartisan 501c3 organization, and we are the premier convention in the country for Black millennials who are politically and civically engaged and who consider themselves thought and action leaders. I'm so happy that you're joining us. My name is Dr. Wes Bellamy. I serve as the national chairman, and I'm happy to be joined by all of our BMC committee members, as well as the impeccable, wonderful, illustrious, give me some more adjectives, somebody, our vice chair, the one who makes this all go, the honorable former city councilwoman from Binghamton, New York, Leah Webb.
I'll see, now he's trying to get brownie points.
I'm in the doghouse, y'all, so I got to call him.
Thank you so much to my good brother Wes, former council member, but still out there in Virginia getting that political work, leader, Dr. Wes Bellamy. So excited to be here with all of you. So as Dr. Bellamy alluded to, this convention, the theme is the journey to justice, but this isn't new, especially for us as Black millennials. And so one of our many goals with this convention is to, one, raise awareness and involvement with strengthening leadership, development opportunities for Black millennials across all levels at the local or regional, statewide, and federal levels. Our next goal is to expand community and civic engagement. We are big believers and proponents of policy advocacy. And so, especially around those issues that impact us as Black people in our respective communities. And last, and most certainly not least, our goal with this convention is to increase Black millennial voter engagement in 2021. We know we are coming off of the heels of a historic election with incredible voter turnout. Black millennials turned out in huge numbers. Millennials and Gen Zers, over 40% of the vote. However, we have to keep that momentum. And so this year is certainly no different. And so we need those turnout numbers if we want to continue to advance racial equity.
For sure. Now, today's convening will include strategy sessions centered on the needs and wants of the Black community. And our attendees will expand awareness of and learn how to create political and civic engagement activation plans for organizing during and beyond this convention. The convention will end with the virtual day party, which will celebrate Black excellence. So make sure you stick around for the entire time to turn up with us. All right, tap in, stay locked in, and let's get it.
The last thing I'll just say is that there is no mistaking our collective journey to justice as a people in this country, in this world, is riddled with systemic barriers that's driven by oppression and white supremacy. And so our journey to justice as a community didn't just begin 402 years ago on the shores of Virginia in 1619. Our legacy goes even deeper. And so it is our understanding and awareness that it is through our spiritually driven perseverance and commitment to justice will we be able to ensure that the people united will never be defeated. And it is our fervent hope that as Black millennials, as leaders, that we will, as our ancestor, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. had so eloquently stated, bend the arc towards justice, not only for our generation, but for all those before and after us. So let's get free, y'all. Please make sure you follow us. You gonna tell them where to follow us at, Dr. Bellamy?
Yeah, you're using those SAT words today first. I thought I was back at church. That was a good, strong Black season, not necessarily millennial word, but I like that. Fervent. Make sure y'all follow us. Encourage your network to follow us too on IG and Twitter at BMC Movement. Make sure you hit us up on Facebook at Black Millennial Convention, and be sure to use the hashtag BMC Movement, hashtag Journey to Justice. Hey, yo, I'm telling you, this is going to be a phenomenal day. We're doing it a little different this year since we're on the virtual tip, but y'all make sure that y'all do what you got to do. Make sure that we take care of ourselves so we can get back to some form of normalcy. And next year, we hope that you all will be joining us somewhere, and I hope it's somewhere nice, preferably with water. But I'll stop there because that's going to be expensive. So, Leah, I'll turn it back on over to you.
All right. So to kick us off, we will be receiving an incredible message from one of our great Black millennial leaders, Georgia State Representative Park Cannon. For those who may not be familiar with Park Cannon, our BMC advocate champion, she has an incredible legacy and history with pushing for change, not only in her community in Atlanta, but across the state of Georgia. Folks may recognize her. She recently went viral with respect to her strong-willed advocacy to protect the right to vote in Georgia. And so again, she's an incredible leader and also a member of the LGBTQIA plus community and an incredible force to be reckoned with. So please join us in welcoming our BMC champion and good sister in the movement, Georgia State Representative Park Cannon, for some opening remarks.
Hey BMC, it's one of your colleagues, Representative Park Cannon from Atlanta, Georgia. I'm here to commend you for attending this pivotal convention and to share a tale from our journey to justice in Georgia. Just a few months ago on March 25th, you may have heard, I was arrested at work for doing my job. It was at the end of the legislative day at the Capitol, and voter suppressionists had just swiftly and irregularly passed a voter suppressionist bill, making it illegal to give food and water to friends and family waiting in line, increasing the scrutiny that's normally racist on voter registrations, and placing misdemeanors and felonies up and down the election code sections. So there's a lot of work for us to do on the upcoming journey to justice. You can be a part of this. You can start to volunteer with your county's electoral party. You can become a voter protection hotline director with the Georgia Democratic Party. You can learn about redistricting and the impact it will have on the resources and infrastructure in your community. And you can, of course, keep knocking. That means don't take for granted any of the rooms that you are in. Use your voice and take up the space when it's necessary. As Congressman John Lewis would say, get in good trouble and get in the way. I want to make sure that you understand this struggle is a little daunting. Sometimes we just have to write down what we're doing. I this year became an author, authoring the Universal Guide to Running for Office. It's available on Barnes & Nobles and Amazon. But the reason why I put it out on Inauguration Day is because our journey to justice as Black millennials, it is not over yet. We have to pave our path forward. And so I hope that you will do the same. Become an author this year if you have not done so. Become a mentor to someone if you have not done so. And make sure to consider running for office if you have not done so. I look forward to being with you on your journey to justice, and thank you for attending today.
All right. Thank you so much to our dear sister in the movement and leader, Georgia State Representative Park Cannon. So now to continue on our journey to justice, we want to welcome some folks. We have some great leaders and artists from across the country, millennial leaders. And so first up is one of our spoken word artists, TC the Griot. He is a millennial and native of Miami, Florida. Before we have him come up, we're actually going to do our first call to action.
So it's imperative, y'all, that we make sure that not only as we're doing the work, that we have action steps to make sure that we're carrying it out in the most effective and appropriate way. So we have a few things that we're calling on Congress, specifically the members in both the House and the Senate, but the Senate has really been dragging their feet to do in an expeditious manner. Now, the Biden administration promised us Black folk that they owe us. So now it's time for them to put action behind their words. And when we look at the need and the call for reparations, it could not be louder and the need couldn't be greater. So the first thing that we're looking for is calling on Congress to pass H.R. 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act. Now, this calls for the creation of a commission that will examine slavery and discrimination in the colonies and the United States from 1619 to the present and recommend appropriate remedies. This commission will be tackling the following. 1, the role of U.S. governments played in supporting slavery. 2, how discrimination was and still is used in the public and private sector against freed slave and descendants. And 3rd, the lingering negative effects of slavery.
All right. So again, make sure you call on your congressional member to support H.R. 40. We will now be joined as part of our BMC Cipher by the artist T.C. the Griot. T.C.
Hello, everybody. I'm T.C. the Griot, aka Anthony Collins, aka L.I. to some. I'm here today to bring you guys 2 poems. The first of which is going to be Mama Please. This is going to be in commemoration to George Floyd and that incident that led to his death and all the injustices that are related to it, because he was not an isolated event. The next poem I'll be bringing you following that one will be The Parenthesis. This is really just talking about the parenthesis, that little spot that America has carved out for us as minorities, and what basically like how this oppresses us and how this keeps us in our position, supposedly, how we need to continue to fight that. So without further ado, I'll go ahead and jump into my first poem. This one's going to be called Mama Please. Mama, please run and tell God to save me. The daylight is blinding and mile is heavy. Asphalt is brimstone to my black skin that pants fabric strips. Mama, please tell God to save me. Hatred is collapsing my trachea like our patience. I feel ache and agony clotting. Mama, please ask God to save me. Evil presses its knee, squeezing out our spirit, a tingling in my fingertips. Mama, please go beg God, please go beg God, please save me. My baby's 6. We all die, but why now and like this? A lamb and not sacrificial, fair game to a callous killer. God, please save me. And again, that's my first poem, Mama Please. Again, like I said, the next poem I'll be bringing you is called The Parenthesis. The Parenthesis. The parenthesis is America like Thanksgiving, or thanks I'm taking. The parenthesis is American like the stars and bars, American like Lincoln and Jefferson and the asterisk beside them. The parenthesis is America and where I exist in it. And liberty in the 13th Amendment, pipeline from plantation to the prison, concrete as the promise and the lie. The parenthesis is America like blue legions, German shepherding and the blue legions kneeling, and the blue legions living black and blue, or any color not riding in blue, that fight a war like shrapnel to fairness. The parenthesis is America plainly in black and white space between lines. The parenthesis is America free and absolving sins by sliding envelopes like permission slips to goons, or feds kidnapping activists, activating, or thugs, depends who's asked. The parenthesis is the flask that is intoxicating halves, not thirsting like the masses not having the basics. And the parenthesis is America shielding people against rioters and looters, crying out and marching, lifting the many martyrs, a parenthesis tallies in red. The parenthesis is justifying killing to bury elevation, justifying red Xing the Black in Lives Matter, zero costing Black life in the hollow costing system once Hitler's blueprint to evil. The parenthesis is cutting history from culture and incarcerating heritage for a life sentence. The parenthesis is where things fall and keep falling, a place where the trail of tears runs and keeps running, a place I die and keep dying, where the Asian virus isn't Asian, but it's American like internment camps. The parenthesis is and isn't, let the exile existing, the home banishing the exile for existing. All right. Those are my 2 poems, and I thank you all for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity, and hopefully these messages I've shared with everybody will have a positive impact and keep us moving on this movement. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, TC the Griot. Thank you so much for joining us and for sharing those powerful words. We will now move to our first panel. And so this panel is called Where the Money Resides. We know that particular catchphrase went viral, but we really want to know where the money resides. And so this conversation is going to center on reparations and student loans. And so it'll be moderated by a good friend and sister in the movement, Dr. Johanna Rogers, CEO and founder of Johanna Rogers, Inc. You should definitely Google her because she's also known as one of the Great 8. She was one of 8 Black women who earned their doctoral degrees at the exact same time, same institution, and many, many more great things. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn it over to our good sister, Dr. Johanna Rogers, and our phenomenal panelists for Where the Money Resides.
Good morning. It's not quite afternoon yet, but good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here and a part of the experience today. I enjoyed our gathering in person, and while circumstances keep us from getting together, that we enjoy each other virtually on today. I'm honored to be host of this specific panel because the conversation about reparations, student loan forgiveness, where exactly it is our money does reside and where it could reside in the future is definitely something I'm passionate about. And so I'm eager to get the conversation started with some amazing panelists this morning. Welcome, 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 everyone, but specifically to our panelists today, thank you for joining us. I'm going to pause here. I have a couple of questions for you all, but before we hop into those, why don't we just take a moment and introduce yourselves to the group. We can start with Mr. Jeremiah Chaplin. Yeah, we need the host to unmute.
All right. Hey, y'all. Sorry about that. I'm Jeremiah Chapman. I'm the CEO and founder of Black Culture Weekly. And so, been working on reparations for about 2 years now. Originally started working on reparations during the presidential primaries as a staffer for Tom Steyer at the time. And so after Tom had dropped out of the race, still continued on and supporting Representative Sheila Jackson Lee's efforts. And so I've been on those million reparations calls and coalition calls since then, and just helping the team build out content and really just trying to push the needle and organize around the issue. So thank you all for having me, and I'll speak more on that soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Why don't we go ahead with Marcel?
Hello, everyone. My name is Marcel Jean Shaw, and I am currently serving as the Executive Director of Financial Aid at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore, the premier doctoral granting institution of the Eastern Shore of Maryland. And so I have spent my professional and personal advocacy advocating on behalf of HBCUs, and more namely, one of the wins that just came down was the end of the 15-year lawsuit where the 4 HBCUs of Maryland sued the state of Maryland and resulted in about $600 million.
Awesome, amazing work. Amazing work as a higher ed scholar. I definitely have followed the journey of the HBCUs in Maryland. This is a historic moment for them and the movement. So glad to have you here as a part of the panel, Marcel. The journey, welcome. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure, well, good morning, and thank you, BMC, for inviting me here and for this panel. I'm very excited to talk about this very important issue. I'm DeJory McKenzie Simmons. I currently serve on the National Board of Directors of the NAACP. Through that work, I, have been primarily focused on Black wealth, liberating and kind of expanding Black wealth, and what does that look like, and how intersectional that needs to be in order for our movement to move forward. And so I'll be talking heavily about my experience with student loans and student loan debt and what that looks like in today's world. First, it sucks, but outside of anything, outside of that, it really needs to be addressed. And so happy to be here, and let's get it started.
Let's get it started. We don't have a whole lot of time, so I'm not going to hold back. I'm going to get right into it. And so as someone that has earned a terminal degree from a 4-year Research One institution and done my undergraduate work in higher education as well, the student loan conversation is definitely one I find myself and my peers are grappling with as we, as part of the, being a part of that millennial demographic, right? We're thriving, we're doing some amazing things, we're killing it professionally, yet it's the weight of these student loans and many other factors that are holding us back. And so we're projected to spend billions and add that to the economy. But when we think about some of the financial aid, student loans, and some of the other factors that are preventing us from becoming more economically powerful for ourselves, what are those things? What are some of the things that are holding us back in the work that you all are doing? Can you speak to what those things might be, or how we can create a shift in addressing some of those challenges for us? And whoever wants to start first.
Well, I guess I can start. I think the first thing is we have to really kind of dive in and really look at, and I'll talk about this in a student loan perspective. We have to really look at how we really evaluate finances and wealth how we think of wealth in our community. I think we need to re-educate that process and really do a deeper dive on what wealth means and how it can be beneficial to our community. We just celebrated the 100th anniversary of the massacre in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And we understand and realize the amount of history books that have erased that part of American history and has erased that part in Black history. And I think, now we are, living in a space where young people that are, 10, 11 years old are starting to be more conscious about the world that they're in. And so I think we have to really reevaluate how we emphasize finances and wealth and how we educate that and continue to do, things like this that provides that education. From a second standpoint, in terms of student loans and actually going to debt and the cost that brings, we have to also encourage our post-Black millennial grads to go where the money resides. Exactly. We have to actually promote that, because a lot of us are not coming from 1, 2, 3 generations of wealth. This oftentimes we're still very much first-time generation college graduates. We're still sometimes even one generation away from someone who may have a master's degree or an advanced, doctoral degree or a professional degree. All those things are still working. It's nothing, we don't have anything where, or a large amount of people who have, lived generations of passed down family wealth. So we have to start creating those things. We have to start looking at how we, focus on the wage gap and all these different things that actually play a part into how successful we are post-graduation, post whatever the case may be, whatever you're doing, whatever trade or whatever the case may be, because that is what, once we're able to push past those things, I think we'll be able to see how our collective growth and every other aspect in terms of policy and influence, I think it will grow, and we will see that change tangibly.
Thank you, Jimmy. That generational wealth does matter. Jeremiah, why don't you go ahead and share your thoughts on what's holding us back?
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with the jury. I mean, myself, I have, I think, about $116,000 worth of student loan debt. I have an MBA, and I didn't even go to like some big institution, right? And so, with that being said, I think, everything that I've been working on as it relates to reparations and even just the political push and just political advocacy, that's my blame. But I do want to, highlight that right now is a time I think that's unprecedented in seeing. I'm pretty sure all of you have seen all of your friends either investing in Bitcoin or financial literacy, stock exchange, and although those are essentially tools that we ourselves did not create, it's just great and heartening to see that Black millennials and Black people overall are just starting to really just make that kind of like a social thing, right? I see people having parties and Black getaway trips where they're investing and they're having those conversations just kind of very organically among themselves, right? And so, we see, Black women particularly, creating businesses at huge rates, it's just, becoming the job creators that America, I think, and, I think needs, obviously. But, if we continue on that path, and that's usually my economist approach to talking about reparations. So what I usually talk about is the importance of, if we know that, particularly Black women are starting businesses at faster rates, then why wouldn't we want to put more money in their pockets to be able to create more jobs? If we're saying that there's, a need for more jobs, if we're saying that there's a need for more economic infrastructure in our communities and building generational wealth, then it makes sense, and then also you couple that with the fact that Black folks have about $1.1 trillion in spending power, so and not to I guess sell us out, but if America's a capitalist economy, or capitalist nation, why wouldn't you want your greatest spenders to be able to spend more money? And I want to couple that and nuance that to say that, of course, we need to continue to support our Black businesses so that retention of the dollar within our community continues. Because I think there was a stat out there that said something about, I think 3% of Black Black income is actually spent on Black businesses. And if we just spent, I think, individually, at least 10% of our wealth within our own community, that would create essentially kind of like a surplus in our community, and be able to somewhat sustain ourselves. So I don't want to hog up too much of the time, but I think it's marrying a lot of these things. It's marrying the political action that this particular organization and team of folks focuses on. But I think it's also about this kind of new emergent, I guess, awareness on, financial management, as well as, just the everyday good activism on the ground.
Right. Both the journey and you, Jeremiah, talk about the trickle down effects, recognizing from from our history, we don't have that necessarily generational wealth following behind us. I know my mom reminds me of that quite often. Like, girl, you better make some money because we don't have no trust fund. Okay, it's not coming. To Jeremiah, what I hear you saying is more so like, okay, we don't have that, but what we do have is salaries, we have a growth in Black women starting businesses. We're getting, I could tell over the last year in 2020, between these lotus flowers and these different type of susu models that have started to circulate. So the conversation around Bitcoin, we're not going to talk about susus right now, but Bitcoin, those types of things, we are coming together. I find even my peers are having more conversation about how to get on, right? Like how to get some commas together. What can we do to support each other? And I think that will hopefully help us address some of the things that we've fallen short on from our due to our past, right? The things we weren't able to kind of string together. And so, Marcel, how would you add to that conversation? What are some of the things you see that might be preventing us from growing economically?
So certainly, I think both of these brothers have highlighted very good points. I mean, you have the crippling student loan debt, but then you have the lack of generational wealth. And I think that sometimes I hear, some of our thought leaders and our solution providers talk about an either or, like we either focus at this level or we focus at that level. And I think it's a both and. And what I mean by that is, all of us here on this call need to be able to find out where the money resides. We individually need to take that personal responsibility and secure the bag. But I push back sometimes when we hear that we don't have generational wealth, because generational wealth is often not a function of the individual, but the institution and the culture. And HBCUs are that economic engine, right? You're talking about institutions that have been around for centuries. And if we were only to, and I know oftentimes there's this debate, PWIs versus HBCUs, but if you look at economic engines in communities, the white universities have created billions for white communities, billions. I mean, you have College Park cleaners, you have College Park automobile sales, you have, and all of this, and that's for the folks, in Maryland, that's attached to the University of Maryland College Park. There's no reason that there shouldn't be a Howard dry cleaners referencing Howard University. There shouldn't be a Spelman grocery store referencing Spelman College in Atlanta. We need to secure the bag for ourselves, but we also need to intentionally invest in the institutions, because neither one of us on this call is going to generate enough wealth to save the collective. But the 107 HBCUs could, right? Robert Franklin, President Emeritus of Morehouse College, talked about this economic engines of the community, and he names the Black family, the Black church, and the Black school. Now, we know that the Black church, everyone, religion, we'll leave that out. That's controversial. But the HBCU, I think, is non-negotiable. Right. We have to invest in that institution in some way.
Ooh, okay, now. All right. Y'all done said a whole word there. I think that's a powerful point, Marcel, and I'm glad you brought that in, that, we could think about the HBCUs and their presence in the longevity of these institutions and how they can spur up the type of impact that PWIs, and maybe it happens in a different way. I think that's a really provocative thought to have. So as I move to the next question, we talked about generational wealth. We're talking about potentially the institutions that we do have exist that is focused on our well-being, as well as the growth in businesses owned and operated by Black and Brown peoples. And so currently there's a proposed legislation on reparations, HR 40. However, it still hasn't passed, despite the known impact of slavery on our community, right? I've been watching steadily, because I'm not going to put out there my student loan number, but it's definitely over that 170,000 mark. And so I've been watching the news and every thing that comes out about what's going to happen around student loan cancellation. And so that still hasn't made it over the hump, right? And at the federal level, they've kind of pivoted towards pushing a partial student loan cancellation based on your income or repayment plans, even though that it's known that student loan debt is one of the major economic barriers for our generation, specifically those that look like us. Why do you think we keep hitting these roadblocks and things aren't getting over the hump, even if they understand that, the economic impact of this could be huge for our generations, millennials, that is specifically?
Yeah, I think I guess I'll start off there. I mean, I think you know, there's certainly the political capital to get a lot of these things done, but I think the political will of, I guess, the establishment and being, just constantly, and I'm just going to speak frankly, I think a lot of times Democrats, will want to kowtow to, Republicans as well as the moderate Democrats that, they feel like, they absolutely need, as opposed to just shoot or shoot, you got to shoot your shot, right? And so, particularly as it relates to reparations, we've seen this right now. We currently have the most co-sponsors that this bill has ever had. And if you all, remember or know, John Conyers, Representative Conyers introduced this bill over, 30 years ago. And so, there's 188 co-sponsors as it currently stands, and there's also a companion bill on the Senate side for HR 40 called S40. And so Cory Booker introduced that, Senator Booker introduced that, and that one's sitting at, I think, about 21 co-sponsors. And so, I think right now it's actually it's at a pivotal point. So I don't want to take away from where we are right now, but I think for a lot of people that have been in the reparations fight for much longer than I've been, I think they feel heartened in that we've got to this point. But at the same time, there's still this amongst the leadership, whether it be Pelosi or well, Schumer has actually been very supportive of reparations, but it's if it's Pelosi or I'm thinking of your boy in Maryland, Marcel. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank right now. Steny Hoyer. If we're thinking about Pelosi or Hoyer, they've kind of stalled a bit in bringing it to the floor. So I think we're in June now. So 2 months ago, in April, there was a vote in the House Judiciary Committee to mark up reparations, and so it passed. 25-17. And so since then, we've seen a bit of movement just in terms of the co-sponsor. I think we've got about another, I want to say 10 co-sponsors since that time. But it's just going to take a continued and renewed push. And so since we're always talking action items here at BMC, I know the Movement for Black Lives is hosting, every week this month in June, they'll be hosting different aspects to reparations. So they'll be talking about reparations for the war on drugs, reparations for environmental racism. And so I think kind of tackling, reparations is this huge thing. And so we've seen these various approaches to it, at the local level, outside of HR 40. We've seen, folks like obviously in Evanston, Illinois, that are, folks are going to start receiving $25,000 payments. We've seen people do that from a local level. In Amherst, I know I think they just passed a resolution, and now it's going to like a financial committee or something like that at the local level. In California here, we've got a statewide reparations commission that just started, I want to say on the 1st. I think they voted on it last year, and now I think it's just like they just had their first meeting. And then even locally in San Francisco, I'm in the Bay Area, and in San Francisco, I believe the city council just approved a commission. So I think it's tackling this from many different angles, and just if you're in a town or in a city state that hasn't supported those things, doing the research to figure that out. I mean, you can get with me. I can drop my email in the chat and try to direct you to the right folks, for the folks in the audience, and for anyone else on the panel or anyone else listening that's interested in getting involved. But I think, it's about, putting the pressure on from literally every angle that we possibly can. We've even seen, privately, not outside of the scope of government. There was actually a recent report that a Black nonprofit had actually received a reparations payment from a descendant of a slave owner. They turned 25, they received a trust fund of some sort. And then, so the time is now. I think the white guilt has certainly set in for for a lot of folks, not enough folks, obviously,
Right.
but the time, to continue demanding these things and to, to lead the charge in that is certainly now.
We're winding, thank you for that, Jeremiah. We're winding down on time, and I want to make sure that the convention continues to move and get to the next space that it needs to get to. But Attorney and Marcel, I still want to hear from you. I think Jeremiah contextualized what's happening. There's the proposal from the Senate, thanks to Senator Cory Booker. There's also from the House side, HR 40 that's continuing to be pushed. We're in a moment, right? As we keep hearing. Marcel, DeJourney, what are, if you had some takeaway action steps really quickly that you could share with the convention today, what would you ask folks to do to keep this conversation going?
I would just say, I think what Jerry said earlier about how state and local communities are starting to create their own commissions. And I think that's where we start. We have to start locally in this process. We have to recognize, and cities have to recognize, the plight and history that they might have caused to kind of further the wealth gap, to further, redlining, all these things play into, the evilness of racism and systematic racism, and how, reparations for that will kind of, solve some of the historic issues that blocked us from potentially creating that generational wealth. So I think it's going to take small communities, it's going to take cities to take this upon, and I think it's going to take, honestly, private, it's going to have to take, people who care about this issue, who's going to be willing to fund it. And that is us to make sure that we are connecting ourselves and creating those relationships and coalition building around this issue to effectively have the resources to kind of publish the research, to kind of, get some of those things moving. So that way we can, start being able to push legislation on a local and state level that hopefully will get us over the hump on the federal side.
Mm-hmm. Marcel, what about you? What are some things you believe that we could all do to keep this conversation going and pushing against the tide?
Yeah, I think that applying pressure is certainly at all levels is necessary. And some people may push back against this opinion, but I think a win is a win, that we need to get it how we can. And by that, I mean, we need to speak in the language of the oppressor. Jeremiah mentioned that this is a capitalist society. And so I think when we make the arguments that are purely economical and leave race out of it sometimes, and by no means am I saying that we, should run away from our Blackness or shy away from our Blackness, but we look at the weed legislation, the marijuana legislation, they're now passing it in all of these states, 38 out of 50, because it's an economic issue. It had nothing to do with the brothers and sisters that were locked up for selling weed. It was because now we need another industry in America. And so I think when we make the argument sometimes that this is purely economical. So when I'm talking about student loan debt. Yes, it disproportionately affects Black and brown people. We have more debt than all of our white counterparts. However, if we say that people can't buy homes, people can't buy cars, they're not going to have children, they're not going to go to college because of this, then all of these other industries suffer. And I think then you'll see that these corporations will then begin to say, hey, you're going to see Ryan Home Builders and Leonore Home Builders say, hey, we need go ahead and forgive some of that loan so they can go ahead and buy these houses.
One word, final thought in regards to this topic, if you had to share with the group, one word, what would that be? And then we're going to move on to the next aspect of the convention.
Perseverance.
Oh, wait, it came at the same time. Okay, go ahead, Marcel, what did you say?
I was going to say advocate.
Advocate. Jeremiah?
Perseverance.
Perseverance into journey. You're on mute.
You're right. Fight.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for your thoughts. education on this issue. And I know I'm riled up this Saturday morning to figure out where I need to go in the state of New York to help advocate, persist, and push back and support this conversation. So thank you so much for your contribution. And I'm going to hand it back over to our host for today.
All right. Thank you so much to Johanna, Marcel, DeJory, Jeremiah for that incredible panel. So we are now going to shift gears a little bit and go to our next BMC Cypher featuring Kristen Mann. She is the CEO of Grow Bloom Project. She is a visual artist based here in Binghamton, New York.
I'm Kristen Nicole Mann and I'm 31. I was painting since I was 4, and then professionally I started at 27. I was actually out in Washington, D.C. when the mural took place out there. We went to bed one night and it was done the next morning, and I was blown away. When I got back, I was like, okay, nobody's gonna do nothing about George Floyd. I went online and I pulled up a petition site directly towards the mayor of the city. Within 30 minutes, I had like 1,000 signatures. I had to fight the local government. They wasn't for it at all. They had to create paperwork, laws. I wanted to paint it on June 19th. It ended up being a little bit over a month that I had to fight and petition. This is why certain communities feel like they can't speak out. I basically look at photos and then I'll make it my own. I like to paint my culture. It represents like sisterhood. Usually the darker the skin, the less you get attention. So that's why I have the darker one in the middle. So I wanted anyone like dark brown or darker to feel like they mean something. I also have 2 children's books that I published. It's based off of my son, Legend. And I wanted to create books to have diversity. There's not a lot of children's books that have Black characters. I did that to leave a legacy for him. This one is Tribe Called Quest. My dad passed away in 2014. This was one of his favorite groups. I wanted to leave the face out because I like people to see mystery, maybe themselves. Look up how many Black women are actually successful at this, and it will probably motivate you. Yeah, we're done.
Okay, so we are actually going to go to our next call to action, which is a perfect segue to our next panel. And so this next call to action, I'll turn it over.
Pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing. Pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. JPA is a comprehensive civil rights and police reform legislation that aims to combat police misconduct, excessive force, and racial bias in policing by creating accountability in the justice system for all communities. Provisions include national use of force standard, police misconduct registry, and qualified immunity and chokeholds, prohibit racial and religious profiling, prohibit no-knock warrants, and limit transfer of military equipment to state and local law enforcement.
All right, so again, please make sure you contact your members of Congress and ask them to most certainly pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. We'll do another call to action right after this incredible panel. Without further ado, I'm going to turn over to the moderator for this panel. Now, this second panel is called Movement Building, from policy, from protest to policy, really honing in on police accountability and transparency. And so we have a phenomenal panel being led by our good sister in the movement, Ms. Brianta Maxwell, CEO and founder of Indigo Consulting, LLC. So I'll turn it over to her.
Hello, everybody. I look forward to being on this panel with you all today on this beautiful Saturday, and I hope everyone's doing okay. So we're going to kick it off first by doing some panel introductions, and I will give a quick introduction about myself. I, as Leah said, am Bree Maxwell. I am in South Carolina. I'm currently having a voter registration drive while I'm also doing a BMC convention. So as you can see, I'm sitting in the car so I can do this panel. And I will go ahead and popcorn it on over to Ty Hobson so he can introduce himself. And then we will just, Ty, you can just popcorn it over to someone after that.
Gotcha. All right. So, Ty Hobson Powell, co-founder of Concerned Citizens DC, lead organizer with 51 for 51 Statehood campaign, and just honored to be here. And I'll pass it to Donald.
We can go to Marcel Shaw. Actually, let's go to London.
Hey, good morning, everyone. It's good to see you. My name is State Representative London Lamar. I represented District 91 here in Tennessee, which is predominantly Memphis, the southwest part of Memphis. I serve in the House. I'm the youngest female in the Tennessee General Assembly. And it seems that every time I speak out about race, it tends to go viral and holding people and our lawmakers accountable. But I am a co-founder of the Gen X PAC, which is founded in electing young people under the age of 45 in the Memphis metropolitan area. So I'm really excited to be here with you to talk about policing. I sit on the Criminal Justice Committee in the House, and so I have influence on many of the pieces of legislation regarding criminal justice reform in the state of Tennessee. So it's going to be a great conversation. I've known Bree for a long time now, so I'm definitely excited to be here with you all and these amazing panelists.
Awesome. Let's go to Isaac next.
Thank you all for having me. I'm Assemblymember Isaac Bryan. I was just sworn into the California State Legislature last Friday, so a week ago. I'm the youngest Black representative in the Assembly at 29 years old. Before that, I did a lot of movement work, passed probably the only defund type ballot measure anywhere in the country here in LA County, Measure J, last November, which allocated 10% of the unrestricted county's permanent budget for things for care and opportunity, alternatives to incarceration, and can't be touched by the sheriff, the DA, the probation, or the courts. So that's several $100 million every year in perpetuity for our communities. That's what made me run for office. We got to do that kind of stuff statewide and nationally. I'm honored to be on this panel. Thank y'all for having me.
No problem. Well, let's go ahead and get this party started. And I'm super excited to be on this panel with all of you. So my first question to you all, and we can start with London. In thinking about your work, what would transparency in policing look like to you? What needs to be done to ensure that police departments are actually being held accountable? In London, we can start with you.
So, and I want to speak to my role because I think it's very clear what my role is in holding folks accountable, and it's in the state legislature. And so there, for me, what I think that needs to be done is implicit bias training. So I live in a state where it's supermajority Republican. It's predominantly all white, all male, and they have a certain way of thinking about how criminal justice reform and holding police accountable should be done. When George Floyd incident happened last year, we proposed amendments to a bill that mirrored the 8 Can't Wait campaign. And they didn't let us pass those amendments that would put those parameters in place. But instead, the Republicans took those things and ran them this year and put them in place. So we have made strides on being able to bring more accountability to how police interact with individuals. But one thing that we need to do is have implicit bias training, because where I'm from in Memphis, it's predominantly Black. And our community runs in a way that's different from the rest of the state that's predominantly white and rural. So police officers don't feel a need to have implicit bias training because they feel like they don't need it. And so those things are getting rolled back, as you see what they did with the critical race theory in my state. So they are taking away efforts in order to bring more education on how to interact with different people in the community when you stop them in the efforts of policing. One of the things we got to learn is not to be afraid of people. And that's one of the biggest issues in policing, and being able to go unchecked on some of the excessive forces that they are using. Sometimes they don't want to allow additional transparency in being able to hold police officers accountable. So we have a long way to go in our state, but those are some of the things that we're working on, and we're trying to push them to get to go there.
Thank you, London. And I want to hear from you next, Isaac.
Yeah, what accountability looks like. I mean, first we got to remember this is Breonna Taylor's birthday right now, right? She would be 28 today. She'd be here with us. And there was no accountability in that case because of the use of grand juries. Which is something we tried to outlaw in California, that when it's an officer-involved shooting, that it can't go to a grand jury where the local prosecutor or even a special prosecutor can present a weak case that doesn't lead to any kind of indictment. But that was overturned by the courts out here. So there's a lot more that we've got to do. We've got to keep the pressure up. I'm a skeptic of body cameras because they increase the budgets for local municipalities, right? They get additional millions of dollars for ongoing maintenance on the body cameras, and all the footage that we've seen comes from our phones. Right, it's us who take the most comprehensive videos of what's happening to us and keep that pressure. But the reason we got the verdict we wanted in the Derek Chauvin case is because the whole world had to tune in. And that kind of social media presence, as Ms. London said earlier, that going viral, being active, talking about these things, that's the biggest kind of accountability that we can have, is that kind of social pressure, that public awareness. But systemically, we've got to do more on the grand juries. We've got to do more to hire DAs. Elect DAs who run on progressive values. I've been a skeptic of the DA's position for a long time, right? There's no such thing as a good DA or a good sheriff in my mind, is where I came from. But then over the years, you see the George Gascons, right? You see the Marilyn Mosbys, you see folks around the country, Kim Fox, who are willing to push that line, who are willing to hold folks accountable, who are willing to seek justice, even when it's against officers who have committed misconduct or lethally harmed people in our community. So those are the things that we can organize around and continue to push for to keep that accountability high.
Okay, Ty, give me your thoughts. And then I also want to go back to you, Isaac, and give me an idea of what you think pressure, how do we put pressure on these police departments? Because you did mention pressure. So go ahead, Ty.
So I think the harder question was about just transparency in policing and kind of what that can look like. And I think that starts with a national registry of officers that are, involved in situations that would warrant being in that registry. Like all too often, a bad cop is allowed to maneuver from one station to the next, from one department to the next, and wreak havoc in another locale. So it's, I think making these incident reports, especially where there's physicality involved, more accessible to the general public. And that's what I think that transparency looks like, as far as accountability, ending qualified immunity, of course, and really allowing police to have the fear of God instilled in them, to understand that they have to move a certain way in their beat, as opposed to the way that they're moving right now, where they understand that to shoot somebody that looks like me is to get paid desk duty, right? And so that anything less is business as usual. And I think that kind of allows them to operate in this world of lawlessness in a world where they're supposed to be the ones administering the law. And so I think that's what accountability will look like. And those are my thoughts.
Thank you. And Isaac, you mentioned pressure. Tell me, how can we effectively put pressure on the police departments so where we can actually get change? Because I think that has been one of the biggest hindrances, since we have started putting pressure on these departments. So what exactly can we do? What type of pressure can we do to make sure that we effectively are making change and changing these departments?
I love what Ty said about transparency as well. So one of the things that we started here in Los Angeles was the $1 Million Hoods Project. It's mapped after the $1 Million Blocks Project in New York. And what we did was we used Public Record Act requests to ask for all of the law enforcement data of these police departments, who you're arresting, what you're arresting them for, when, how, what neighborhoods, geographics. We can map by neighborhood, which communities are you hyper policing? Which communities are we spending the most money incarcerating for, and for what? And then we use that data to write reports about the incarceration of women, the incarceration of those who are unhoused, the incarceration of those who are unemployed, right? The cycling of failure to appears that happen, bail that's set on folks. And all of that academic pressure and data pressure is something all of our local universities, all of our cities, all of our community colleges can get students involved in keeping that transparency. Because where do we hear about crime stats from, right? Who tells us the homicide numbers, the murder rates, things like that? It's the police department. And they get funky with their numbers. But there are a lot of courageous academics who are willing to answer these questions in an honest and thoughtful way and get Black and brown, poor and indigenous students involved in that learning process. That's one way to put pressure. Another way to put pressure is to make sure that when you have misconduct, to what good brother said, there is a registry of officers and you get decertified from it. You can no longer work in the profession of law enforcement if you get fired from one department for misconduct. And also we need to quit front loading the kind of money that departments use to pay out civil settlements. That shouldn't come in your budget, right? Your budget should be all that you need to use. And if you have misconduct settlements, that should come out of your operating costs for all the other bullshit y'all do, right? And so those kinds of transparency, those kind of accountability measures, that's pressure. That's real pressure. And just be in their face. Yeah. Be at the meetings, asking questions, show up with your peoples, right? Don't let them off the hook. Black Lives Matter still has a purpose. Our neighborhoods still have a purpose. A lot of community organizations that are out there protesting on the front lines still have a purpose. And until we see liberation, they will always have a purpose.
Yes, thank you. That's good. I am enjoying this panel with you guys. So let's move on to the next question. I want to start with you, Ty, this time. So there is a different understanding and perspective on what the media has framed as the infamous phrase, the defund movement. In your opinion, why do you think the defund movement is a very polarizing issue? And why are we having such a hard time with the defund movement? And Ty, I'll start with you.
So, I think being intellectually honest is just to say that oftentimes ignorance is the reason why, right? And just not really understanding the concept. Just as it's understood, you hear defund the police and you don't know what you're made to think, even it's crazy because as an organizer here, running with that phrase, I was getting pushback from people in my parents' generation, Black people, right? Who are like, I kind of like the idea of having somebody to call if my purse gets snatched or whatever, right? And so it's explaining to them the idea that defunding the police is refunding the people, right? That it's an investment into opportunity, that when you go to locales all across this nation, what you see is that in the best parts of town, there isn't an abundance of police. There's an abundance of opportunity. There's parks, there's things to do, there's ways to indulge. Here in Washington, D.C., the heaviest police communities are some of the most violent. Some of the most violent, but you go to Georgetown, you go to Wisconsin Avenue, or you go to the whiter parts of town, and there are no police, but there's an abundance of safety and peace. And so we understand quite literally that policing doesn't equate to safety in a direct way. Chicago has the most police on the streets per 100,000 people of any big city in the United States. And so if policing directly equated to safety, Chicago would be the safest city in America. We know that not to be the case. And like I said, it has a large part to do with the fact that we are funding police units to go out as though they are Call of Duty players, right? With M16s and tanks and guns that are more geared for a war with the foreign adversary than with people that are protesting, right? And we are funding that instead of funding the wraparound social services that would really save our communities, that would really keep us safe in the ways that policing just hasn't done. I mean, just being a relic of runaway slave patrols, what we have to understand is that policing was never going to be a thing that was going to deliver the idea of being protected or served to Black people ever as a concept. And so I think it's just something that requires revisiting as we're, renewing our social contract in the 21st century.
Gotcha. And Isaac, let's go to you next.
Respectfully, Ms. London hasn't talked since the first question. I'm happy to go last on this one.
Okay, let's go with London.
Well, thank you. So I'm going to kind of take a more conservative perspective on this and say, I think that defund the police is a very polarizing and ineffective phrase. Not that I don't agree that it needs to be reformed. I agree with mostly everything that Ty says, but I think that we also have to be held accountable that when it comes to running a national campaign to inspire people to make change, it has to be something that can fit all communities. So in my community, defund the police is a terrible phrase for Black people because I live in Memphis, Tennessee, which statistically is a high crime city, with is a lot of juvenile crime. And we still have a very old population. And those are the people that go out and vote. And so they're literally the ones, if you look at the data and how many people call 911, is predominantly from Black communities. And so though Black people are calling police on Black people. And so which makes me get to think that I'm pushing for us to start policing our own community. And so what we got to do is do something among ourselves to help reform policing while also hold police officers accountable. In Memphis, Tennessee, our police force is predominantly all Black, with the all Black community. So individuals policing our community who are police officers come from our community, which is why we haven't had many instances of police brutality in our city. But what I will say is I think that when I go to the legislature and I'm talking to my Republicans about holding police accountable and they're saying, well, y'all want to defund the police. We're completely against that. And they shut their ears off to us. And and instead of letting us pass those 8 can't wait amendments last year, they took it from us, looked at it themselves and ran what they were appropriate with because it was attached to defund the police versus let's come up with more policy or some phrase that would advocate what his true intentions are. And so I do think that we have to do everything that Ty said, but I do think we have to be more strategic about how we marketing criminal justice reform and holding police accountable because they'll do it. But if we come with these polarizing phrases, at least in states like mine in the South, then I'm not going to be able to get far with what my intentions are because they believe in supporting police.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, London. And Isaac? Oh, Ty, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say just really quickly as a thought. No, that's something what Ms. London said definitely is something that was taken to mind. I think as an organizer, just seeing it on the ground and realizing, like I said, even with amongst Black people, that is something that is polarizing. It's not. It was something that all Democrats didn't agree on, right? So like it was a thing to really be considered. And so we ended up running with the phrase revisit public safety, right? Because I think that ultimately is what is at the heart of the idea of that whole defund the police conversation, right? Because when I have some colleagues that take a more abolitionist approach that say just abolish police entirely, right? And my thing is, I am all for the abolition of systems that don't work, but then you also have to be somebody who is intentional about telling me what the systems are that are going to work behind that. Otherwise, a system that doesn't serve you will replace that. And so I think, when we talk about what defunding the police looks like, at least here locally in Washington, D.C., I think it looks like, having medical dispatches as opposed to having the police go out for wellness checks, because we've seen that all too often can be a deadly encounter, right? It looks like literally going in and bits and piecing the way that we approach policing here, because in Washington, D.C., we have over 30 police forces, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of them being Metropolitan Police Department gets over $500 million a year. And so when I think about the fact that they are getting $100,000, just got a renewal for $100,000 for tear gas and rubber bullets, I think about the elementary schools that are dilapidated that could see $100,000 and change the lives of young people in real time. I think about all of these community centers in recs. And so that's kind of what I mean when I say defund the police, but I think that we're in agreement on all the points.
Gotcha. Thank you. Now, Isaac, we can go to you.
Yeah, I think Ty and Ms. London hit this right on. And that, so last year, it's funny, I'm getting reminders for what a year ago was like. And I was all over the place, defining this. CNN had asked me what defund the police meant to me personally, and I didn't realize they also had asked Patrice Cullors and a number of folks and put us all in one big article the day after Minneapolis had voted to disband their department. So there was a lot of questions about what this means. I think the phrase has become unnecessarily polarizing. Mm-hmm. And Clive Warren, my President Obama, and others, made it more polarizing than it had to be. What Ty said, revisiting policing. Here in LA, we say reimagining policing, right? What we're really talking about is what community safety can and should look like. We have folks that are losing their, especially after this pandemic, you're losing your homes, losing your businesses, you're losing your jobs. Our communities are disproportionately losing our lives. We live near oil wells. Our schools are underfunded. All of the resources that can be used to build up those conditions of life, right, that push people into criminal activity, push people into crimes of poverty and crimes of survival. If we're investing in those conditions, we don't have to invest in the back end law enforcement infrastructure that just exacerbates the root problems. Here in LA County, our local police budget is $1.8 billion every year. And y'all might know LA also has 60,000 folks sleeping on the streets every night, over 40% of which are Black folks, right? We allocated $1.2 billion over 10 years to fight homelessness, right? To get folks housed. But we do $1.8 billion a year on LAPD, and 1 in 5 arrests is someone who's unhoused, right? So that's what we mean when we're talking defund the police. The reason it becomes polarizing too is because it's like, well, so you mean no police? And like, let's take baby steps, incremental abolition, right? Let's take a couple $100 million, put it here, raise up opportunity in our communities. Another $100 million, put it here. Alternative crisis response workers. Another couple $100 million, put it here, right? And then we see what's left when folks have the things that they need. There's still trauma and violence in our communities, and that's going to take some sort of civic response. But it does not, the reason we have the infrastructure we do right now is because we've divested from everything our communities really need. And that's where the defund call came from. It's really a reallocation. And here, like I mentioned at the beginning, we passed a ballot measure here in LA County to do just that. Take 10% of the county budget, with unrestricted budget, which is over $800 million, almost $1 billion a year. And we said what we wanted to go for. We want alternatives to incarceration, small business support, affordable housing, youth development, right? And who can't touch this money? The sheriff, the DA, the probation, of the courts. And you don't get to $800 million or $1 billion of the county budget without having a conversation about the sheriff's budget, which is over $3 billion. We didn't call that out by name. We didn't use the defund language. We just talked about the things we should be funding, but you can't fund them unless you take some from over here. And that's the kind of work we need to be doing across the country, talking about what we want to fund. And then where the resources come from are the systems of harm that we've overfunded.
Correct. That's good. Thank you. So here's our last question that I'm going to ask you guys. And this is a really good question. So tell me some ways that you think our convention attendees can play a role in this movement. How can we play a better role from going from protest to policy? Because this is actually a really great issue. This is a really great question. This is also something that I've been wondering. How can we effectively move from protest to policy? In London, I'm going to start with you.
That's a really, really good question. First of all, we have to take control of our own communities and stop depending on the systems to do that. We have to get back in the churches, in the communities, in the schools, and creating mentorship programs and having conversations with our own people about how we're going to protect our community. We put too much responsibility and expectations on the police to protect our community, and we can protect our own communities. Black folks back in the day used to protect their own communities when the police weren't on their side. And we need to readopt some of those tactics in order for us to move forward and stop depending on the police now to protect us. We need to start holding our parents accountable, coming together. We need to bring more love and kindness in our community. We need to, stop that don't snitch mentality we have going on in our community, and so that we can stop many of these systems of crime that are going on is plaguing communities like mine. And from there, we are building our community leaders who are going to take a stand and then be our next policymakers. And alongside, we have to have those leaders who are protesting and keep those messages on the forefront and keeping the pressure. But we also have to have lawmakers who can get in there and be strategic and use effective governing in order to put in policies that are going to hold police officers accountable. So we have to create a full range of leaders in different aspects of protecting our community as a whole, not just an elected official role, not just in an activist role, but in all roles, in order for us to move forward together. So that's how I think that we can, definitely move forward with our next change makers, our next lawyers, politicians, teachers, doctors, lawyers, because we need justice, not just in policing, but all aspects of Black life, not just in the criminal justice system, but in the health system too, and the financial system. So we have a lot of work to do, and there's room for all of us at the table.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, London. Let's go to you, Isaac.
Well, the first thing is we need to love and support each other, right? Because liberation is a collective activity. So Ms. London said when she talks about this, it goes viral. We got to keep that going. We need to follow her. We need to amplify good work, good messages, because that kind of public pressure, especially coming out of this pandemic, we learned just how much social media drives narratives, and driving narratives helps drive policy. We need to play whatever role we can wherever we are. If you're working, then your vote matters. Your labor matters. If you're studying, your research matters, right? Your degree matters. If you're organizing, your ability to bring people together around a common goal, it all matters. And if you're in elected office, everything you vote on and every piece of legislation you author, it matters, right? So play the role that you can where you can, and we need to continue to coordinate. I'm incredibly honored to be, this is the first place I've spoken as an elected official, right? Because this was my first week. I was up in session voting on bills all week. My guy, Dylan E, was like, hey, you got to speak here. Dylan says so, I got to pull up. And so I'm here, and this is the first place I'm speaking. It's Breonna Taylor's birthday, and it all feels right. And we need to continue to collaborate like this on all levels, right? We need to bring folks together. We need to have these conversations, share strategies, build, and keep on pushing. So thank you all for having me in this panel, and I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you, and congratulations again. And Mr. Ty Hobson, kick us off.
So, I think everybody touched on really, really, really relevant points, right? I think there is this delicate balance between electoral and movement politics, with electoral politics being the politics that is, we have a midterm election, we have a presidential election every 4 years, right? Is a politics that is on timelines, whereas the movement politics is a politics that says we demand things right now. It's not a respecter of time. It says that we need our change right now. You guys are elected, have the power right now. Going to this larger conversation about the things that we've talked about throughout this conversation, things like student debt that I've heard throughout this conference, right? And it's like, you're only going to get that passed with pressure. You're only going to get that passed with the kind of movement politics side coupled with that electoral politics to create that will. I think to Ms. Linda's point, there is no one way for liberation to occur, especially because the fight is not just against police brutality, right? It's against dismantling white supremacy. So that looks like a lot of different things. Maybe you're doing it in the classroom. Maybe you're doing it as an organizer. Your front lines is however you can show up. And we have to get out of this policing that says that being an organizer looks like any one thing. Sometimes the biggest activism is just having a camera and being around at the right time and seeing a thing, as we've seen so many times, where justice was only having some semblance of a chance of being served because you had your phone, right? Like, it doesn't take anything to be an activist in this age outside of just having an activity that you're engaged in. It doesn't take anything to be an organizer in this day and age outside of organizing a thing, whether it's your community or research or whatever it may be. And so I just want people to take in mind that those are functional words, but that you can show up however you can, and whatever you can contribute is enough, because it won't be, like I said, any one person. It'll be all of us together building it out. And that's how we'll get Black liberation. That's how we get the change we need.
Thank you, Ty. And I have thoroughly enjoyed joining you all on this panel on this beautiful Saturday. And I believe the theme of this panel I will leave with everyone is pressure. And because that has been a word we have used a lot on this panel, pressure. We have to pressure these police departments. We have to pressure the school system. The only way that we can eliminate white supremacy and keep more of us alive is through pressure. So I thank you all for joining me and the BMC team today. And I look forward to being on the front lines with y'all, making sure that we keep applying pressure. Thank you all.
Wow. Excellent, 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 excellent panel. I have goosebumps, y'all. And we're just getting started. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Bree. Thank you, London. Thank you, Ty. Thank you, Isaac. Isaac, congratulations again. We're excited that your first public appearance is with us here at Black Millennial Convention. We appreciate all of the great work. And thank you to the panelists that are here and everyone that's joining in. Again, if you're not already, please follow us at BMC Movement on Instagram and Twitter. Also on Facebook, Black Millennial Convention. Please share this great convention with your network, hashtag BMC Movement, hashtag Journey to Justice. And so we are going to transition to our next panel. But before we do, we have another call to action, and then we will go to our next cipher.
Introduce and pass the BREATHE Act. It is a proposal to divest from federal agencies and invest in communities by incentivizing states to adapt new approaches of community safety. The proposal consists of divesting federal resources from incarceration and policing and ending the criminal legal system, investing in new approaches to community safety, allocating money to building healthy, sustainable, and equitable communities, and accountability and enhancing self-determination of Black communities.
All right, so again, that call to action is with respect to introducing and passing the BREATHE Act. It is currently just a proposal. It does not have a bill in either the Senate or the House yet. So again, please do that. So now we want to transition to our next cipher, as we said at the top of our conversation. And I hope everybody's enjoying themselves and learning so many great things. I know I most certainly am. So our next cipher, we're going to spotlight a great organization being led by some great folks, our family in Detroit. This is Enjoy Detroit, and they have been doing some phenomenal work. We are all still dealing with the pandemic of COVID that has had drastic impacts on our community as Black folks and as marginalized communities. And so Enjoy Detroit has done and is doing some great work. So we're going to turn it over for a quick word from them.
Going into 2020, it was on my heart to do something big, bigger than usual. I just felt like we weren't doing enough. I want to pitch the idea to my team.
Hey team, I have a great idea. It keep bugging me. It came to me at night. I just feel like we're not doing enough for the community, especially for the hungry. So in like 2020, I just want to challenge ourselves to take on 10 families, and if it can grow from there, you know what I'm saying, I want to do it. How y'all feel about that?
Amen.
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 Let's make this happen.
They were all down.
It brought tears to my eyes, the things that they brought here for me and my family.
It was everything I imagined.
I don't have a car, and y'all came to me. And when I got that call on Wednesday that they was coming out, I feel so relieved.
Families were blessed. Resources was coming out of nowhere.
Enjoy Detroit.
People were really feeling our giving.
Enjoy Detroit grocery program, man, it was a blessing. It was really, really a blessing.
I mean, it helped my family as well, and it helped my outside family because I had aunts and cousins who may needed stuff and they couldn't get out to the store. So the things that I had, and if I had more than enough, I shared with them. you know, and it helped them. And my aunt still talk about it to this day. Where's that young man that brought the groceries? He still talk to him? I said, yeah, I do.
I wasn't able to go out shopping, and there was a young man that I do know. The young man was coming by, and they were going to donate food to our building, and they were so grateful because there were so many of them that got food.
One thing I can say is when I called on Enjoy Detroit, I had a prayer with Dave that turned my whole mindset around.
Y'all gave me comfort. Y'all supplied me with diapers, milk, food, meat for my kids, the school program. Y'all gave me resources. Y'all gave me Infamil for my baby, the milk, the eggs, things that my kids and grandkids love. And the kindness, the friendliness of you guys, you always came with a smile. You always said, have a good day, have a blessed day. You know, I look forward to y'all coming, you know what I'm saying? And this is not scripted, this is not nothing they told me to say. This is something that I know from my heart.
Enjoy Detroit for sure. They tapped in 100% and made sure me and mine was able to eat, toiletry stuff that we needed.
Y'all get more sponsors and come back out and do the program again.
I wish that some of the politicians in Detroit would get behind these young people and help them because they are so helpful to Detroit seniors.
Enjoy Detroit came through every time. When I tell you faithfully every month my refrigerator was full, so I didn't have to go risking myself to go out and get groceries. And like I said, he was there for the mental perspective. When I felt like everything was falling apart, he was there with the prayers. When I needed home supplies and I was okay, well, I got groceries, but I need tissue, I need soap, I need paper towel. What am I gonna do? Dave showed up and showed out, not just for me, but the whole community.
Enjoy Detroit!
Enjoy Detroit!
Enjoy Detroit!
Enjoy Detroit!
Okay, again, thank you to our good folks with Enjoy Detroit. We appreciate you and the great work that you're doing for the residents in our community in the city of Detroit. So next up is our next panel being led by our good brother, my good brother, you know, my good little brother, but I digress. One of my favorite human beings, state representative from the great state of Michigan, Jewel Jones, also one of our founders of Black Millennial Convention. And so he is going to lead this next panel with respect to talking about racism and COVID, the tale of two pandemics. I'm going to turn it over to our good brother, State Representative Jewel Jones.
Thank you, sister. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all is well. Happy to be here. I've enjoyed myself thus far. To say that I'm just excited to see all our wonderful people on this call. And we have a very dynamic panel coming forth to us now. I actually happen to know everyone personally, and these are all people that I trust as we move forward with the movement. And so today, the panel that we're about to get started right now is COVID, dealing with that. And it's basically the tale of two cities and the tale of two pandemics. And I want to go ahead and get started. I got some powerhouses on this particular panel. I want to go ahead and let them get ready to introduce themselves. We can start with my good sister, who's doing a lot of work for our brothers and sisters out in Flint and all over the country, quite frankly. Our sister, Latricia Adams. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, good, beautiful Black people. My name is Latricia Adams. I actually hail from the phenomenal city of Memphis, Tennessee. I have a great love for cities with predominantly Black folk. So with Black Millennials for Flint, really struck a movement as it relates to the environmental justice movement. While the environmental justice movement has been co-opted by whiteness, it actually was our ancestors and our elders who started that movement. And how fitting was it for us to pay homage to a city that has strong Black leadership where we see how racism teared apart the city of Flint, but not just being an issue in the city of Flint. We see it in Memphis, right here in my hometown. We see it in Baltimore. We even see it in our nation's capital. So really excited to be here this afternoon to talk about how the intersection between COVID and racism and environmental racism are at odds against people that look like all of us on this screen right now.
Thank you, sis. Next, I'll go ahead and have our dynamic, passionate sis who's doing a lot in terms of getting people in office, getting people educated, and that'll be our sister, Tamara Bates. Come on. Technical difficulties. There we go.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. As Jules said, I'm Tamara Bates, all the way hailing from the great city of Memphis, Tennessee, M-Town. But yeah, right now I am currently the one of the co-founders of Rock AR Vote and serving as the director of social impact. And for us in the state of Arkansas, and just the work that I'm doing abroad, it's just important to get millennials, to get more young people involved in the civic engagement process and just understanding, you know, your voice matter, your vote counts, and really just, you know, sharing with them like another term and alternative stuff is just saying like, hey, go vote, your ancestors died for you. Because nowadays, Gen Zs, the new babies that's coming up, you know, they're not, that doesn't relate to them. So we at Rock Air Vote just come up with ways to keep the people engaged, our peers and stuff. And so I'm just excited to be on this call. Tricia actually invited me to the first Millennial Black Millennial Convention in Memphis, Tennessee. So I'm, you know, grateful for you all. And I'm just here excited to share what I have to share.
Thank you, superstar. Next, I'll be happy to introduce our brother. He's actually just recently appointed to the Housing Commission out in my hometown of Inkster. And I see he's got the little one in the background too, so y'all can tell he's a family man. So I go ahead and kick it over to you, Brother Cooper. Director Cooper.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Representative Jones. I appreciate it, and I appreciate the Black Millennial Convention for having me, you know, on this panel today, and just being able to talk about the topics. I've been listening in, and it's been excellent thus far. So, you know, thank you. My name is Aaron Cooper for the group. I'm originally from Ohio. A lot of Michigan folk don't take kindly to that, but they have adopted me very well because we're rivals. But no, I love Michigan. I love the city of Inkster that I'm able to represent. We're located within Wayne County, which is the same county as Detroit. So Detroit, you know, I often say we face some of the similar issues of Detroit, although it's larger. The issues still exist and are persistent within Inkster. I am our executive director, so we serve about 3,500 individuals within the city of Inkster and broader Wayne County. Two different programs. Of course, we're our HUD-funded low-income public housing program, but we also run our Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher program. You know, this topic is near and dear. It has affected a lot of people, specifically people of color, but it really had an impact on the housing authorities and housing commissions in Michigan and, you know, throughout the United States. And I know we'll get into more topics, but I just want to thank everyone and appreciate being here.
Thank you, Mr. Director. And I see our sister has popped in now. So I'll go ahead and kick it over to the one and only Ms. Chanel Poe.
Thank you, Representative Jones, and hello to my fellow panelists. My name is Chanel Poe, hailing from Detroit, Michigan. Yes, you see it in the building. I actually currently reside in Phoenix, Arizona now. For the past 8 years, I served as an elected school board member, and now that my term has officially ended, I am now into entrepreneurial work, such as governance trainings for elected officials to teach them how to, you know, effectively govern and wield that power. I also work with companies and organizations regarding equity and inclusionary work. I'm really passionate about that because I was able to do some amazing things within our local school district during 2020 when the pandemic started. I'm really focused now on helping our community become sustainable throughout, these two pandemics. So truly working with companies to identify and develop policy, but also center the needs of their Black employees who are carrying a lot of the brunt impacted feelings due to the daily atrocities and injustices that we continually see. I also work with youth in our community, whether it's training them how to become stronger advocates, and of course, any and everything rooted in social justice and also in policy. So I'm happy to be here to share some knowledge and expertise. Ironically so, just as the pandemic was starting, a few of friends of mine in Arizona, we actually self-established our own Black COVID Arizona 19 task force after writing a plethora of letters to the governor asking for funding, and they said funding wasn't available, and they said that they were not giving funding to new organizations, but ironically gave $500,000 to an organization that was only a month old. So when you talk about making sure that our communities are reciprocating and receiving the resources that they need to pull themselves out of this pandemic, I'm excited to be in conversation with you all on some potential solutions. Thank you so much for having me, Black Millennial Convention, and thank you for hosting this conference despite us being virtual.
Of course, of course. And so we're gonna go ahead and hop right into it. I just want to start off with this first question. So we all know the COVID, the vid, the Rona, Corona, whatever we would like to call it, which is a relatively recent pandemic, has really exacerbated the issues of racism, which we have been knowing has been throughout our entire history. And so, and think about your work specifically, how do the conversion of these two issues kind of impact us, and what issues have it really brought to the forefront? I want to go ahead and kick this directly to you all, so feel free to have a conversation about it for our guests.
Well, I'm just looking, and I'll just jump right in. I was just looking at the video right before this, Enjoy Detroit. I love the work that you're doing, Enjoy Detroit. I was actually just reading a survey, the Pulse survey, that actually said that there are 16% of Americans, that there's 18 million Americans who are going without food, who run out of food near the 7th day. But of that 18 million, 6% is white. When you look at the Black and Latino community, our numbers are exacerbated to 16%. So from 6% to 16%. One of the things that we did when I was in elected office last year was making sure that we fed our community. We hadn't yet received the summer food program from the Department of Education. So we started coming together, utilizing our own resources. And I'm so grateful and thankful for all of our frontline workers who are in food services, who never complained, who never put a petition out, but they just masked up and they gloved up and went out there to serve our community. So we see things like nutrition and housing, and also access to COVID relief funding. And I think that that's something that we can explore more in this conversation. But with families being unable to get out the house, who may be limited to public transportation, and who may not have had the personal protective equipment that was so sparse at the tip of the pandemic, it really shows us that we have a lot of work to do in leveling the playing field for all of our communities.
And can I just jump in to share about, so I know what I noticed, and I know to just allude to like the food insecurity. I joined AmeriCorps for 4 months in June of last year at the height of the pandemic to participate in this program. It's called the Full Circle Foreign Court. And what I was responsible with helping my team is to go in food deserts, and we built pockets of food gardens. So we'll go and grab some people from the communities and was telling them like, hey, this is your food. The initial initiative was put on by the city of North Little Rock. And there's like, hey, if you can get some people to come and, just teach them how to, water the plants, put the seeds in there, and everything that is growing, it would be theirs. And so I thought that was really important because we know that food deserts are primarily in Black and brown communities. And then sometimes we see all these corner stores or like spaces that don't have extra healthy food. So it leaves us to a point to just go in and help and do it ourselves. And so I was grateful to be a part of that program, and just to, see the families, come over and help us pick some okra, whatever that was planted, and it was theirs. And so, and it's still going. And that's the good thing about it, having a sustainable model so that they were able to, keep it up after the people who taught them was gone. So the food insecurity was a big thing in the healthcare, just in rural communities, because they don't have the access to, get to the doctors or to get, that healthcare that they need, because, they was just forgotten about. And all of a sudden now people are getting money and, they saying that they're going to fix up these spaces, but you go back to follow up and it hasn't been done. So it's just really in a space to like get people to do what they say that they're gonna do, holding them accountable. So
Yeah, for me, oh, I'm sorry, Latrice, you going? Okay, for me, myself, and what I do in housing, I think the biggest thing that I've seen, of course, we know about the racist policies, practices when it comes to housing. So even just the invention of low-income housing. So now you have COVID and the impact, and probably the biggest thing that probably stuck out when COVID hit for housing authorities was just how do we continue to operate? We actually have residents and people we're responsible for. And so I think I'm sure everybody has heard of the digital divide. Well, it was more apparent when COVID hit who was really left behind. From being able to register for school, to be able to, get your health care appointments, to be able to sign up for benefits, unemployment. It really impacted our residents and impacted housing authorities, just being able to continue service. And so it's been this big push over the past, even right before COVID, but more so now when COVID hit, but it just kind of just shined the light on that, really shine the light on just the lack of resources in housing, in equitable housing. And so I think that's just the main thing. Again, the previous policies and things, as far as racist practices in housing has always been around, but COVID just kind of, again, shine the light on them a little bit more. And so for us, we just try to push forward and try to provide as much resources as we can, to the residents and through grants, through some of the HUD funding and things like that. I mean, we've been able to buy hotspots, get Wi-Fi, partner with entities like Comcast, so residents can still be able to utilize and bridge that gap. So, but that's just been one of the biggest things that we've seen in housing.
Yeah, so I'll be quick. I want to talk about two demographics that I think is really important to amplify, and that is childbearing people and children. So with COVID, our children are spending more time at home. While oftentimes we think about with lead poisoning, we often think about water, but actually lead poisoning is the most likely to occur inside of the home due to lead-based paint. Many homes that Black and brown people live in are dated homes that don't necessarily have access to proper lead paint abatement. And so now you're talking about children and mothers or childbearing people being susceptible to two different dynamics, right? So if you think about Flint, it's 3. So, issues surrounding water quality, issues surrounding unhealthy housing, and then putting COVID-19 on top of that. connecting to women, particularly Black women, and just how difficult it is just to have a baby. Now, we already face issues as Black women and Black childbearing people with racism and discrimination in healthcare while you're trying to give birth. But when you put COVID on top of that, now we're talking about not even being able to have all the support physically, in your proximity when you're trying to give birth, not necessarily being able to have that advocate that's necessary in these racist hospitals. We've seen a shift now where we're going back to our ancestral roots with working with doulas, working with midwives. But the key thing that makes it super scary with COVID, and also when we think about environmental justice, last year, around July, there was some research that the New York Times amplified that talked about Black women are the most impacted by climate. So in 2020, we saw some crazy weather. In 2021, we saw some crazy weather. Here in Memphis, y'all, it was like 1 degree, 2 degrees. It's not supposed to be that cold in the Southeast. We experienced the same type of extreme weather like they did in Texas. We had water mains that were breaking. All of these calamities all stem from a lack of attentiveness to environmental justice issues and infrastructure that we keep hearing so much about in everybody's platform. And hopefully we'll start to see how all of these various variables all connect together and are detrimental to our social determinants of health.
My bad, I was having some technical difficulties, but definitely, even here in Michigan, it's like we joke around sometimes. We've had winter and spring, and today it's like summertime. It's just 90 degrees today. So a lot of different things change, and that's a lot in our environment. And so, I mean, we've talked about the food shortages. We've talked about women and some of the challenges during pregnancy. We talked about some of the environmental issues and the housing issues so far. And so, just thinking about some of the work that you do, maybe some of the work that we all can do together. What are some ways you think our communities can actually be healed, or ways that we can get actual equitable access to some of these resources that can help us on the journey to being healed?
I will first say, hold our elected officials accountable. If you do not know who your school board members are, who your city council representatives are, who your local commissioners are, get out a pen and paper and make a list. The people have the power, and we've helped get these individuals into elected office. And let's be clear, there are relief dollars that's available. When we saw COVID-19, when we were doing the Black Arizona COVID-19 task force, we saw all of this money coming into our state, coming into our city, but it was like, are they gonna funnel it through the Black organization? And we didn't necessarily have Black leaders standing up at that time. Again, this is why we self-organized. I said they was at home eating lobster and shrimp and watching all the Netflix they want to, while people like us were trying to figure out, how are we gonna help these people who we know who are homeless? How are we gonna help these people who are in shelters? What about these low-income families? So understanding and learning more about what relief dollars are available. That COVID money went quick, baby, and it did not run out, but it was not accessed by the people because folks didn't know. I read another recent survey that not enough people are accessing COVID relief, or they may not be understand or know. Recently, we just had the deadline to file taxes. Did all of our families know that they can receive $3,600 of a child income tax credit? I didn't receive an email from none of my elected officials, maybe my congressperson. But I didn't see any other emails promoting that. So how are people supposed to know if they do not have access to the internet, if they are living in rural communities, if they are living in an urban core where there are some people who either can provide them with resources, or if they have organizations that they are connected to? This is what pushed us. We jumped on Zoom. We put a community call out. Unfortunately, we did not see like a lot of support, but that's okay because we still found the resources. I was one of the people who were finding where the money is, how can it be easier? And do you know how many people we were able to help? How many people? Because sometimes, Black folk, we can be ornery. Like, I don't need no handout. I don't need no help. We good over here. I'm like, no, baby, we in unpredictable times. You understand what I'm saying? And in order for your family to maintain and be in your household and to be able to have the adequate nutrition that you need, why don't you go ahead and easily apply for this? But I say easily because some people don't have access to printers. How many people were lending out printers and scanners and helping folks with their documentation? Now we have the American Rescue Act plan, the American Rescue Act plan dollars. We need to make sure that our Black small businesses are receiving that access to capital. If they need assistance with helping fill out those applications, we need to make sure that we are disseminating grant opportunities. There are so many grant opportunities for nonprofits that are out there. This gives us a unique way to partner when you have individuals who are either with organizations or they are someone like myself who is an individual who works in community to forge those partnerships. We have to put any type of malice or any type of disagreement aside and think about who's going to be here when we are not. How are we going to make sure that our children and our families have everything it is they need? So I'm just going to put pressure. I want to pressure everyone to get in touch with your local elected officials. I also want you to ask questions within your school systems. One of the things that we did was I was like, we need to create a resource hub. We got parents and families being evicted. We should let them know that there is funding and that there are dollars are available. Please do get that information out, reach out to your elected officials, show up to those meetings and community organize. Look for those grassroots groups that are doing the work, who are on the front lines. And I just encourage us to know that, there is still funding out there. And we want to keep everyone healthy and sustained.
And I'll hop in there really quick because I know Chanel had mentioned too, she gave some actual direct orders as well to some of the people that's watching the panel. So, in terms of while we're talking about what we can do as a community, definitely let the people know who's watching you right now, what they can do as individuals to accomplish this.
Yeah, and I'll just quite simply, Representative Jones, I'll just say to answer your question, just having a social consciousness and just be intentional. When I saw not just people that look like me, but when I saw Asian Americans, all types of races out in the streets marching, when I was in Cleveland, Ohio, before I came to Michigan, and even here in Michigan and on a national level. That's the first time that I've seen a group that diverse marching for a cause. And so, just having a social consciousness for myself, and being intentional in the position that I'm in, and use and leverage what I do to move the cause forward.
So mine is real quick, and you can do this real time. So there are several bills that need action, one of which we're really trying to get in the Senate is the Omnibus bill that was introduced by the phenomenal Black millennial Representative Lauren Underwood and Alma Adams out of North Carolina. If you go to Black Millennials for Flint and go to the Take Action page, you'll see where you can actually sign, and that will directly engage with both the Senate and Congress. And then also check out some of our other petitions that are engaging around environmental justice, because we have to make sure that we are in that conversation and pushing on that policy piece to ensure that when the next bag of money drops, that it has Black people incorporated in the coins in that bag.
And I'll be short as well. I would just say is to get involved just from where you can. So if you are great at, as Jules said, not Jules, Ty said on the last panel, take a picture, find out what you're great at, but also go find a organization to get involved. Every city has a urban league, and I'm sure you can just start from wherever you feel that that you are led, and pretty much just do your research, find out what bills are being passed in your state, and just get involved. Don't let not getting involved stop you. Just be intentional and go and find your tribe. And you can do that just by simply getting on social media, and typing in your city government, city, city hall, just basic things that can help you just to stay involved in your city, in your state.
Thank you, and I appreciate you all. And two, as we wrap up, too, for our guests that's watching, I definitely would like to ask everyone on the panel if you can share some of your social media where people can follow you, or some ways someone can get in contact with you. Because I know you all have a lot to say, but we're on a short timeline. But if it's anything I could leave with you all, definitely what folks have said so far is, I think the key is, start local. I think all politics begin local, all issues begin local. So figure out how you can, really impact those in your community, whether that's going to your city hall, going next door to your neighbor, and figure out what y'all can do from that very atomic level to make a huge impact. But I just want to thank all the panelists that's been on today. You all are phenomenal. I appreciate all the work you all are doing. I look forward to working with y'all in the future. We are getting older, so we're going to be passing this off to some more millennials who are a little younger than us. So definitely keep up the wonderful work. Shout out to BMC as always for hosting such a wonderful discussion. And I just want to say thank you again for everything.
And one thing, Representative Jones, can we just say policy, policy, policy? Your city council, your school board may have passed a Black Lives Matter policy. It is up to you to keep your foot on their neck to make sure they carry out those words that they put on paper to help our communities. Thank you, everyone.
That's right. All right, everyone. Peace and love.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Again, another phenomenal panel. Thank you, my good brother, Jewel, sisters, Latricia, Tamara, Chanel, and of course, good brother, Aaron, for joining us today. If you're just tuning in, it's not too late. We have some great conversations, great action steps that are happening. So again, if you're not already, please follow us at BMC Movement on social media. Also use the hashtag BMC Movement, also hashtag Journey to Justice. So now as we transition to our next panel, before we do, we have our next call to action.
For the People Act, also known as HR 1. Since the 2020 election, Republican lawmakers in 47 states have proposed 361 pieces of legislation that would enact racist voter suppression laws on who and how millions of Americans are able to vote. For the People Act goal is to make voting accessible to all and ensuring elected leaders are accountable to voters. Provisions include improve access to the ballot, guarantee disclosure, ensure security, and fortify ethics law and impose greater ethics enforcement.
So again, if you haven't already known, or at least learned from our time together today so far, we are at BMC Movement about that action and movement. So please make sure you contact your respective leaders in Congress and tell them to pass HR 1, SB 1. So as a great pivot with respect to underscoring why representation is so important, we're going to be joined for our next BMC cipher by our good brother, Marcus Batchelor, who is the Deputy Director of Leadership Programs with People for the American Way. And he is an unapologetic advocate for DC statehood. And he's going to talk about why does that matter, not just simply for the folks in DC, but for us as Black folks in our community. So I'm going to turn it over to our good brother, Marcus, hailing from the soon to be, it should be already a state, Washington, DC. Marcus.
All right, now you can hear me, right? Cool. So I want to thank Leah and BMC and all the folks who organized this space and for giving me an opportunity, and from Leah's point, an opportunity to say again what she's probably heard me say over and over and over the years that we've known each other, which is that DC statehood is an important issue. And that DC statehood is racial justice. So before I talk about really quickly what DC isn't, I want to talk about what DC is. We are a city of 700,000 residents. That's larger than the populations of Vermont and Wyoming, and on track to outpace the populations of several other states over the next years. We pay more federal taxes than the residents of 22 states and pay more federal taxes per person than any resident in the country, any state in the country. We are 46% Black, over 50% people of color. We live in 131 diverse and vibrant neighborhoods. We're the home of folks like Duke Ellington and Marvin Gaye and Dave Chappelle. We haven't elected a mayor for a very long time, but all of our mayors have been Black. We've never elected a white mayor. What major city can you say that about? But on the back end of that, DC is a deeply divided city because we are also treated in the capital of our country as second-class citizens. We have no vote in the United States House of Representatives or in the United States Senate. Our local laws are subject to congressional review, where senators and representatives from states across the country can actually overturn local laws that we passed. And that might seem hypothetical, but for the residents of DC, that's very practical. Over the years, it's blocked local investment in things like reproductive health for low-income women, for a needle exchange program that had brought down HIV/AIDS and HIV/AIDS infection rates when DC was outpacing some sub-Saharan African countries with the spread and infection of HIV/AIDS, and for the last almost decade, has blocked local investment in a fully legal, equity-driven marijuana market that would have corrected some of the wrongs of the war on drugs and made sure that the folks hurt by that were centered in a market that's now legal. These are regular, everyday occurrences, and not to mention the everyday impacts of things like the January 6th insurrection that happened in our backyards and the terror that Trump inflicted on the residents of our city during the uprising last summer. These are real and everyday occurrences for the residents of the district, but we have no way to correct that. Our mayor didn't have control over the National Guard on January 6th. We have no vote in Congress to vote on local budgets. We have no power or no leverage to tell a representative or a senator from Colorado or Utah or Texas that they should leave us the hell alone and not insert themselves in our local laws, not make us the only federally mandated charter school system in the country, the only federally mandated voucher system in the country, to name a few. The residents of the district couldn't vote for president until 1965. We didn't have an elected mayor or a city council until 1975. And the reason that we don't have DC statehood right now is what a congressman said about DC almost 60 years ago, that DC is too urban, it's too liberal, it's too democratic, and it's too Black. And if we believe that that is not the case, that because of where you live or what color your skin is shouldn't preclude you from equal representation and voting rights in your country, then DC statehood is a racial justice issue. DC statehood bill has already passed the United States House of Representatives twice over the last 3 years, and we'll have a hearing in the United States Senate for the first time in history on June 22nd. So a second call to action when you're calling your congressman to tell them to pass S1 and to pass HR4, also tell them to support and pass S51, the Washington, D.C. Admission Act, which would make us Douglas Commonwealth, also the first state in the country named after an African American. So if you believe that racial justice is important, we hope you believe DC statehood is important too. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Yes, yes. Thank you, as always, to our good brother, Marcus Batchelor. We appreciate you so much. Again, in the chat, you will find information about what Marcus has said is the next call to action. That is giving DC its statehood. And that is also in the chat. So without further ado, and I hope everyone has been enjoying themselves, we are now going to transition to our next and final panel before we conclude, but also as millennials do, we like to party. And so we like to have good work, but also party as well. So this last panel is being led by our good brother, Reverend Stephen Green, who you may have seen, who's doing phenomenal work, not just in the Black faith community, with us also here at BMC. He's one of our board members, but also he is an unapologetic community activist, and we so appreciate him and all of these wonderful, incredible panelists that are going to be joining him for our last panel that's going to focus on voter suppression, Jim Crow 2.0. So I'm going to turn it over to our good brother, the Reverend Stephen Green.
Thank you, Leah, and to all who have gathered from all parts of this country and even throughout the world as we gather virtually this year for our Black Millennial Convention. This has truly been an awesome day so far, and we're just grateful for all the panelists who have preceded this conversation, preceded this panel. But I'm grateful to begin this conversation on what is truly at the bedrock of our democracy. And we've got some fiery panelists today, and I want to introduce them. Dwight Bullard, who is a senior political advisor for Florida Rising, Stephen Chisholm, who's a council member of Inkster, Michigan, Devin Jerome Crawford, who's the staff director of the William Monroe Trotter Collaborative for Social Justice at Harvard Kennedy School, and Wisdom Cole, who is the interim national youth director of the NAACP, and Rachel Ponder, who is the founder of Community in Harmony. So welcome, everybody. Glad to have you all as a part of this pivotal conversation. And if you would just go around the room and just tell us where you think we are in this fight for our democracy. We only got 30 minutes, and I know we're going to dive deep into this, but I want to just get the ball rolling and help us to just begin to frame where we are as we deal with this Jim Crow 2.0, and tell us about how you all are actively working to resist fascism as a result of the infringing on the right to vote. So let's just go around the room. Stephen, we'll start with you because you've got a good name.
I appreciate that. Yes, great minds think alike. And we got both different spellings up here, so you guys can see both. My name is Steve Chisholm. I'm a city council person from the city of Inkster. And when it comes to voter suppression and voter rights and things of that nature, one of the things that I was already involved in was a group called Voice. One of my colleagues started it, and it was Voters of Inkster Continuing Education. And that was a non-biased group, if you will. We weren't there to persuade you to vote this way or vote that way, but we were there to educate you. And not only during election time, but year round. Because a lot of times what we end up doing is the elections get here and we got a month. And we try to hurry up and start getting all this information to people. We confuse them. And then they just tune out. They're not interested anymore. And they feel like their vote doesn't count already. So all they do is add on to this voter suppression tactics, if you will, that are out here right now by being complacent and not going to the poll, not getting an absentee ballot and voting. So as long as we continue these conversations year round, especially in my community where we have 20,000 registered voters and in a local election, only 3,200 come out to cast a vote. So we continue those conversations so we can educate them not only about the local stuff, but what's happening locally, state, county, federal, and try to keep that momentum going. So when it is time to get out there and vote on some of these major concerns, we already have our feet on the ground, boots on the ground, and we continue to try to push those efforts.
Thank you so much for that. Rachel.
Hey, lovely people. My name is Rachel. Excuse the noise in the background. I am doing community work right now in Atlanta, but I think that we are in good standing here in the city, even though we did have issues with the voter suppression that was going on here. I do think that our approach that we're going to take for the upcoming elections are going to follow the method of what we did for the Senate race. And that's meeting the people where they are, combining culture with the knowledge. So we tended to just do block parties with COVID in mind. You know, we would do social distancing, of course, but block parties, events that we could have people get food. And so you bring them out and you educate them while they're there. And yes, you educate them while they're there. And that goes to what you were saying, not waiting until the last minute, until it's time to vote in a month and they don't know what to do. So we're going to be doing that for the months to come in here in Atlanta. I don't know what everybody else is doing, but that's what we're doing.
Awesome work. Awesome work. Wisdom.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. This is Wisdom Cole, Interim National Director for the NAACP Youth and College Division, calling in today from San Francisco, California. Great to be here with you all. And when we're thinking about, voting rights and voter suppression, really thinking about, all the legislation that has been pushed lately, really as a response to 2020. When I think about young people and thinking about Gen Zs and millennials and folks really turning out in this last election and really using their power and really, working the polls like they've never worked before, making sure folks were educated, making sure everybody in their vicinity who had the power to turn out, turned out, even in the midst of the national pandemic, is definitely thinking about this as a direct response to that. And so making sure that we're continuing to fight that by building local power. We were able to do some really amazing things last year, even in the midst of the pandemic, and recognizing that we couldn't use the same tools that we did, every day. Normally we'd be door knocking, normally we'd be engaging with people in the community in vast, amounts of voter engagement, but recognizing that we had to change our strategy up. We had to use a lot of digital engagement. We had to use SMS, we had to use emails, we had to use virtual canvassing. And so recognizing as, the world begins to reopen again, that we have to think about how we are continuing to engage voters, as everyone said, all year round, but both in a digital space and an in-person space. And so recognizing that we need both strategies, that we must continue fighting, that we must continue to build local power, and that local power has to be driven by issue-based campaigns. There are so many issues that are really important and relevant to young people in their lives. And based on the administration that has been put in place, a lot of the promises that were made to us, I'd like to say are being gone back on, right? Folks are saying, we have a budget, but it's not including student debt. And so we need to make sure that we are pushing issue-based campaigns on a local level where folks can begin to build power if we want to see any type of turnout within 2022, and continue to understand that voter suppression is definitely a direct response to what work we're doing. And so what we're doing is working. And so we must continue to build and be in community and be in spaces like this. So I'm so glad to be here with y'all today.
Thank you so much, Brother Dwight.
Hey, good afternoon. And thanks to BMC for not only having this convening, but putting together this powerhouse panel. So Florida Rising is the largest civic engagement nonprofit in the state of Florida. We're a combination of two legacy organizations that have been doing work, and now an expansion of 11 of the largest counties in the state of Florida. So similar to what Rachel pointed out, the South always seems to be going through some series of changes when it comes to voter suppression. And that is a continuum. But this past year is even more diabolical, because I saw the previous slide talking about 47 states. It was 48 states actually, and 369 voter suppression bills that have been brought out. So this is far-reaching, far-stretching, definitely an attempt to suppress and undermine the power that was exercised by Black and Brown people this past election cycle. When people have thought they had the map figured out, and have this notion that if Ohio goes this way or Florida goes this way, that the election's a foregone conclusion, was undermined by Black and Brown people. And that is what is making white folks so mad. Let's just be clear, right? Like, that is what is upsetting them in a very, very real way, is the idea that places like Phoenix, Arizona, or Detroit, Michigan, or Milwaukee, Wisconsin are now becoming political centers, and Black and Brown people are upsetting the apple cart for conditions that they've tried to create and maintain, going all the way back to the foundations of this country. And so Florida Rising is hoping to push back on that. We're hoping to change the dynamic, that continual dynamic of undermining Black and Brown votes by creating a bridge between those two communities to act in collaboration with one another to take Florida back from the brink. I think we're tired of being the butt of all the country's jokes when it comes to elections. And so we're working every day to try and make a difference in that regard. So thanks for having us.
Thank you so much. And Devin.
Thank you so much, Stephen. And for all of those who are here as co-discussants, this is an honor to be on this panel, and to BMC. Devin Crawford from the William Monroe Trotter Collaborative for Social Justice. As we look at the state of voter suppression bills that are really being passed across the length and breadth of this country, we see that we're really, again, in this state of a moral crisis as it relates to our democracy, where we're really not only fighting for the right to vote, but the integrity of our democracy. We're coming up on 8 years since this decision of Shelby County versus Holder, which essentially gutted sections 4B and 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which provided government oversight of states' laws that were changing election rules. And with that, we still see voter suppression that is not only targeting Black communities, Black people, but also Indigenous communities, elderly communities, differently able communities, young people, in a way that we've created this, well, not we, but white supremacists and state legislatures have created a gnarled democracy where we're putting people in power based on who we're denying access to the right to vote, crafting an electorate that is not representative of the people that live here. I have to realize that while we're talking about Jim Crow 2.0, which is, I think, is an aptly named panel, many of the tactics are really a retrograde Jim Crow 1.0 strategies that have been happening since the passage of the 15th Amendment. States like Mississippi and have mercy, my home state of Alabama, for crafting legislation, crafting constitutions that would use the legacies of slavery and use that against people to create barriers to the rights to vote. So we think about poll taxes and how we're asking people to give a certain amount of wealth in order to get access to the franchise, or a literacy test, where we're literally asking people who were once killed because they knew how to read in slavery, or people who were told it was illegal for them to read. We're telling them that they have to read sections of the U.S. Constitution as if they have a Harvard JD. So we're seeing these similar strategies now, where the states are using what's been refused to us, whether it's voter ID laws, whether it's drop-off boxes, whether it's access to drive-through ballots, in order to make the voting franchise more accessible. They're using these strategies against us in order to create a democracy that's made in a white supremacist image. So I think we have to think of this in moral terms, Reverend Green, of how the legislation really speaks of the ways that we're valuing the human personality, how we're valuing people of color in this country, how we're valuing Black people, young people, Indigenous people in this time of crisis. So one of the ways you also asked for our response to this moment, the William Monroe Trotter recently convened several activists for an Academy of Citizen Activism, where we brought together sisters like Latasha Brown from Black Voters Matter and Insay Ufa from the New Georgia Project yourself, to think about how activists are not only engaged in voter turnout, but also fighting for the right to vote, so that we're not just coming out in the last month, we're thinking about how we're educating people, how we're actually engaged in creating policy that are representative of what we want. So we're not just, brought in to vote for something, but we're part of the ideation process as well. So that's the work that we're committed to doing, bringing students and activists together to do that work on the ground.
Thank you all again for just such robust work that you all are doing, and folks are watching online, and would like to plug into the work that folks are doing in Michigan and in Florida and in Boston and Atlanta, and even across the NAACP world. You have youth councils all over the country and college chapters that people can plug into to really get on the ground to do the work. And thanks for the Academy for hosting been serving as a bedrock for these resources. And I think this convention, as we come to a close of this day, we're really at a breaking point in the fabric of our democracy. Make no mistake that what we are witnessing is a state of emergency, that we're seeing a crisis in the village. And my last question to all of you all is what do we do next? Where do we go from here? We know that we can register voters and try to continue to defeat voter suppression at the ballot box, but it seems to be that there's something beyond just voter turnout that would truly push this democracy to be her best self. And so what is next for the freedom movement to be able to affirm our values and our dignity, as well as ensuring that all persons have access to their God-given rights and protected in this democracy? So where do we go from here? What's next for the movement to ensure that we protect democracy even as it is on its life support right now? So we'll go in reverse and start with our dear sister Rachel.
Can you hear me? Okay. Where do we go in reverse? Excuse me, where do we go from here in protecting our democracy? I was trying to wait because some people walk by and they're talking really loudly. So if you come back to me, I'm gonna wait till they,
No, that's good. No worry. We'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Let's go with you. Devin?
Yes. So I mentioned, it seems like, it strikes me that when we talk about the 60s and things like that, we in Selma, that we're talking about citizens who are organized to fight for the rights of vote, fighting white supremacy and voter suppression head on. But in like the 2020 election cycle in 2016, it's more so, organizing the activists to get the people out. So again, this idea of a robust citizen activism, where we're thinking not only about voter turnout, but voter education, voter protection, as we're thinking about protecting the rights to vote for people who who are targets of voter suppression by a variety of tools. For instance, when you think about this forthcoming eviction crisis that's happening across the country, and how the eviction crisis can really be a tool of voter suppression, as people may be couch surfing and their IDs may invalidate where where they're able to vote. The same thing as it impacts Indigenous people. They're asking for physical addresses where many people may have PO boxes. So we have to think about on the front end, how are we helping to address or push for a robust laws that expand the voter franchise, that while we have 369 bills that have been introduced to suppress the vote, there are also 800 plus bills that are in state legislatures across the country that are looking to expand access to the right to vote, to expand early voting days, to expand access to drop-off boxes. So I think, helping in our states where we are, in our time, in our space, to mobilize and educate people on the ways that we are organizing nonviolent direct action to push legislation that is helpful and progressive and expands our access to the franchise, as well as being on the front end of fighting voter suppression laws like Senate Bill 202 in Georgia that restrict that access as well.
Thank you. Brother Dwight.
Well, I kind of want to speak to the folks who are of the mindset that we've been doing this too long and that the vote doesn't count, or, my exercise in this democracy doesn't count. Because, the reality is folks like Frederick Douglass, Sojourner Truth, Du Bois, Dr. King, John Lewis were all advocates of the expansion of democracy, expansion of the franchise. And so folks could easily sit back in 2021 and say, well, if they, are still, going through the same trickery and tomfoolery to suppress our votes, then why should we continue to participate in this thing called democracy? And my simple answer to that is that lets you know how devious and diabolical the other side wants to play, that they can commit themselves to continually going after people, even when we can, note in history these generations of Black activists and influencers that have tried to get our right to vote. So I say that to the folks to say, we need everybody to put it all out on the field, right? To use a sports analogy, right? Like, you all need to leave it on the field, whether it is the simple act of registering to vote and exercising that franchise, whether it is running for office, whether it is being deeply involved with one of the organizations you see represented here, whether it is, passing on the importance of this advocacy to generations that come next, for the parents on the call, for the future parents that are on this conference. You have to understand that this fight is a continuum. As Asa Philip Randolph said, freedom is not given, it is won, right? It is something that we must constantly advocate for, something that we must constantly push for, and understanding that a country that never loved us to begin with doesn't want to concede, right, itself to those Black and brown people that were once enslaved. That's like, it's in the DNA, and it is messing with people's minds, the idea that there is such a thing as a browning of America, or this concept that we can have multiple Black presidents, or this notion that we can have multiple Black governors at the same time, like, is still unnerving to a lot of people. And so my thing is, keep agitating, keep pushing, do not stop, always keep your foot on the gas, and always keep your foot on the necks of these folks who have tried to oppress you. So my suggestion is, do it all. Whatever you think is the move that is going to help move us towards greater mass liberation, greater, a greater expansion of small d democracy, then do that thing. Whether it is at the local level, at the school board level, or within your own home, or you running for federal office, you just got to keep going.
That's great. That's great. Rachel, we come back to you.
Yes, okay. Everybody's cleared out. But I am in full agreement on the idea that we need to be what we want to see. And so I'm thrilled to support a lot of my friends who will be running for city council, making sure that I'm involved with raising awareness when it comes to the elections that we have coming up here. And I know the approach that we kind of all take here is, again, I keep going back to meeting the culture where it's at. That's the core of Black people. We are a communal people. We are tribal. We are joyous. And I know that we retain a lot of the information that how we learn is through those direct lines of education. So being able to combine that with voter education, I think that's how we will continue to push forward, despite what they're trying to do with every state here. Like the gentleman said, 47 states. So that's what my take on it is, making sure we combine communal learning with voter education.
Good. And that's a incredible tradition you're walking in, Rachel. Wisdom.
Yeah, for me, I've been thinking a lot on the Audre Lorde quote that says, we don't live single issue lives. Recognizing that when we're thinking about the vote, when we're thinking about voter suppression, that we have to, especially for young people, right, thinking about how it is interconnected for them to other issues of police accountability, of cancellation of student debt, voter suppression, and the issues that drive our lives. For young people, I'm always thinking about the fact that growing up in this society, from our elected officials, we've seen them cheat, we've seen them steal, we've seen them hijack whole elections. And so the faith in the political process may not be as strong as we want it to be, but we recognize that there are issues that still drive our lives that we must be involved in. And so we have to make sure that as we are advocating, that we connect voting rights to the issues that drive our lives, and making sure that it is relevant for young people. I really want to see a generation of young people come up in this next midterm elections who are pushing for that upset, right? Oftentimes we say young people don't turn out in midterm elections. We say that they're not engaged in local elections. And I think this is an opportunity for us to build, as was said before, not just a month before the election, but actually, a great period of time before, and making sure that folks are getting involved as early as possible, and not just being added as the sprinkling on the top of the cake, as just a fun segue of young people voting, but actually young people are determining their own destiny, and recognizing that it's an opportunity to start demystifying some of these issues in terms of voter fraud, and making sure that folks have the opportunity to really give our democracy a system update, right? Like the fact that Texas doesn't have online voter registration is atrocious, right? We want to make sure that we have everybody an opportunity to access to vote. That starts by recognizing what systems are in place and how we can update them as new upcoming elections are on their way.
Awesome. And we'll wrap it up with you, Stephen.
Yes. In addition to what all my fellow panelists have said, as far as what's next with, ensuring the survival of our democracy, I believe we need to go back to the old days when churches or religious institutions were the chief organizers. Community organizing is a must. And when we're not out there with our feet on the ground, which not saying any of us right here aren't, but those in the community aren't out there actually getting engaged and getting their neighbors out to vote and educated and stuff like that, kind of lose right there, because what we do is allow outsiders to come into our communities and start knocking on doors and passing the information and influencing our neighbors, our friends, our family members other ways, or just kind of deterring them altogether. As my former priest, Elder Clifton, would say, this is a call to arms for the survival of our democracy. And he was one that was engaged with having the social justice groups in the community meet there in the parish hall at the church. So you would have the National Action Network there. You would have NAACP if they wanted to hold one of their rallies there. That opportunity was there. You have Voice there. You had, I can't even think of the rest of the names right now, but the doors were open for that. And he would get engaged and he'd get out there on the front lines with the people too, as if it was, like Devin said, back in the 60s, 70s, and things of that nature, where you saw those gentlemen and women, suits and ties, dresses out there, not just protesting, but marching for justice, marching for this cause and getting the word out. Now we kind of just don't have that energy. And we have seen in this past election, especially in Inkster, when that energy from the Democratic Party was brought to Inkster and they actually spent dollars on getting the word out, the numbers increased. The people came out. They saw, oh, they actually care about us. Let's see if we can make this happen. Because they talked about Michigan. We lost that election when Trump ran by 10,000 votes. Heck, we got 10,000 additional votes right here in Inkster, where we could have swung the state. But the people weren't engaged. They would, they wouldn't even come to Inkster. So for us to have like a Kerry Washington in Inkster, for us to have the lieutenant governor down here in Inkster multiple times, it meant a lot. And then for those presidential candidates to actually come to Detroit and just speak and get the people motivated and ramped up too, it meant a lot. And so the same thing with the religious institutions. You know how a lot of people, they take pastor's word as gospel. And if he gets up there or she gets up there and speaks as far as what the good cause is and let them know how it's going to benefit not only the church, but the community as a whole, or I should say not only the community, but the church as a whole, the people will listen and the call to action will be made and they'll get out there and get engaged.
Wow. Thank you, Stephen and Wisdom and Rachel and Dwight and Devin, for your robust knowledge and for sharing this time with all of us today. We're truly grateful for your commitment to freedom and liberation and to advancing the ideals of a beloved community and democracy where they intersect. And so we're just grateful for this time together, and we conclude this panel. If you all would just continue to support the work that they are doing on the ground, those who are watching online and those who are listening, so we can continue to push our leaders to their best. We will not be the generation that tears down our leaders. So I want to thank all of you all for your commitments and let you all know that today you are appreciated and we celebrate you and continue to look forward to building power collectively with you all. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to our BMC team who will lead us further in our next segments. Thank you so much.
Wow. Again, thank you, everyone. Stephen, Wisdom, Dwight, Stephen Chisholm, hailing from Inkster, Michigan, Devin, and our good sister Rachel. Thank you all so much for joining us today and for your great work. And so we are now going to transition to our next call to action.
Repeal voter suppression and anti-protest bills. In this legislative session, we have seen over now 369 bills introduced to limit access to the ballot box, with the most egregious bills being passed or moving in the states of Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Texas, and Wisconsin. In the wake of the racial reckoning and protests in the aftermath of George Floyd's murder last year, there have been anti-protest bills that would criminalize communities exercising their freedom of speech and even providing immunity to motorists who strike protesters with their cars in Arizona, Florida, Oklahoma, and Tennessee.
So again, y'all, as we've been saying all throughout our time together today, our journey to justice continues, and we have a lot of work to do to address these systemic barriers that are being passed in the form of policy. And so to kind of give us some additional marching orders and inspiration, we're we're going to now have our final BMC cipher before we have our closing keynote address. So I'm going to turn it over to our good sister Frizzy B, who is a native of Durham, North Carolina, but currently a resident of Miami, Florida, and is the owner of Unlearn to Relearn LLC. Frizzy B, you have the mic.
Awesome. Can you see me? All right, yes. So thank you guys so much for this opportunity. I am so honored to be here today. I recently graduated from the University of Miami School of Law, and it's just so inspiring to just be in this space with you all. Today, I want to bring you all a poem entitled Education. And I wrote it last year in last summer in the midst of everything that was going on, and I hope it inspires you. So here we go. Education. Education. From the Latin verb educare, meaning to bring up, I am fed up with this system trying to PlayStation me or station me overseas or in cell block C's or hung from trees in 2020. I'm sick of this system doing the same shit it's been doing since the 1600s. I'm wondering, is anybody seeing this mess of a system, mess of a country? Are y'all not getting it? Is it because it's not your daddy being executed after a 17-year hiatus, last act of a man who betrayed us? We really gonna let this slide? It ain't no riot because this one's a bad one, somebody's son, but a bad one. Okay, who are we to decide to have the right to kill? No matter how ill, we are not God, right? Well, not in that light. Let me be clear. There is no man around here who should feel they can decide whether another should live or die. Even I have no right telling somebody what to do, but the truth is we're all just fools, more like slaves to complacency. We'd rather be taken care of than work for things. Convenience the new drug, hit your plug, Uncle Sam. Yeah, that's the man that made this whole plan to have us stuck, thinking life was luck and passing tests. White folks are best and others are less. No point in life but to succeed. Oh, and to breathe. I'm really sick. I can't forget how quick y'all quit the defund shit. Breonna Taylor and George Floyd was major, but where were we at the polls? Do we even know who's our governor, our county reps, or what about the mayor, who's a major player in the game to make it rain, either on you and your crew, but big businesses get scholarships while folks are begging, stealing, and saving? This shit's amazing. How did we just let it ride? I thought we decided that college was free. Give us back our money. After all this time, we still take tests to show who's best. Nah, just cause stress and divide so we can decide who should be killed and who will save. With minimum wage and a family, we've been played by these industries. A big house for what and for who? People need food, not a G2. What will we do when half of the country is fed up too? The kids are next. You ain't seen the text. Enough's enough. They'll make a way, and maybe one day we'll see change, because paying taxes and starving the masses, that's some bullshit. And Congress playing over loans and J's. We'll do our best, but don't shit change. Are we citizens or are we slaves to credit the next trip, the next wave? Or are we brought up our own and mad strong and honestly, truly educated? Thank you so much for this opportunity today. You guys be blessed.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, our good sister Frizzy B, hailing from Miami, Florida, by way of North Carolina. Thank you so much for your instruction through spoken word. And so again, I hope everyone has enjoyed themselves today, and most importantly, are inspired and motivated to action. And so we are going to now have our final keynote address from longstanding BMC supporter, our good sister, the first Black mayor of St. Louis, Missouri, the Tashora Jones, also a soror, and just giving us some additional marching orders and words of wisdom to encourage us on our continued journey to justice. So we'll now be joined by Mayor Tashora Jones.
Hello, this is Tashara Jones. I use the she, her pronouns, and I'm so proud to be the first Black woman elected to be mayor of the city of St. Louis. Young people are leading the movement for Black lives and a racially just society, and I'm honored to be part of the Black Millennial Convention today. When I was a young adult, I never thought that I would want to enter politics. But as my mama, God rest her soul, would always tell me, the quickest way to make God laugh is to tell him what you would never do. But yet here I am, the first Black woman elected to the mayor's office in St. Louis. Your goals may change as you learn your strengths and discover new opportunities. And that's okay, as long as you stay focused, work hard, and build your network with people who want to see you succeed, you'll find success. You could even be mayor one day. Our country is still burdened with racial inequality, and the COVID-19 pandemic has only heightened those that have existed for decades. We don't need more studies to tell us what we already know. We don't need another report that just sits on a shelf and collects dust. We already have a prescription for the problems that we face. Our country needs to take it to the pharmacy, fill it, and swallow the bitter pill. And you can write and fill that prescription. You asked me today to talk about what my journey to justice looks like. To me, justice means a transformation of public safety that addresses the root causes of crime. Justice means fair and equitable development and community-informed COVID-19 relief that addresses the disinvestment Black and brown communities have suffered for so long. I'm taking concrete steps to enact forward-thinking policies that move us closer to these goals, but I can't do it alone. It's with your voice, your advocacy, your lived experience, and most importantly, your vote, that we can reimagine a fair and just system of government that works for everyone. Take care, God bless you, and enjoy the convention.
All right. Again, everyone, we are so honored and excited that you have spent your time with us here at Black Millennial Convention on this beautiful Saturday. So much knowledge and information has been shared, actions that can be taken directly right now, today. And so we just want to, on behalf of myself, as the vice chair of BMC, our board, we just want to say thank you to everyone that has joined us so far. I know my good brother and co-conspirator for all things good in the movement, chair of BMC, Dr. Wes Bellamy, is also here as well. And we just want to take this time to, again, thank you all for the great work that you are doing in your communities right now, and just to let you know that we are here to support you and all those good things that result in our liberation as a people. And so we'd like to thank our sponsors. You know, you can't put on a convention without having sponsors and partners. And so this is our first virtual convention, but as Dr. Bellamy said earlier, we want to be able to create community in person for those, if this may have been your first time at our convention. For those who are kind of veterans, if you will, know that when we have our gatherings, it not only is an opportunity to share information, but we also build community. And so we hope you not only experience the knowledge gain, but also gain more community or folks added to your tribe. And so again, big thank you to our sponsors, SEIU Racial Justice Center, Tamika and Carlos, we so appreciate y'all. You have been rocking with BMC since our inception in 2018 and have always been by our side. And we are deeply indebted to you and we so appreciate you. We also want to thank S-Boy Printing and Promotions. So for those folks who registered early, the first 15, you actually will be receiving a BMC swag box. I'll show you what that looks like in just a moment. We also want to thank Lockshots Media for connecting us with some of our spoken word artists that were with us today, Trey the Griot and also Frizzy B, and all of the support that Lockshots has provided to us. So again, thank you to our sponsors and partners. Thank you to our board. Also, to all of the speakers, keynotes today, we are so appreciative of you and are excited to be in this fight alongside all of you. Thank you also to all of the panelists that joined us today. We appreciate you making time. And of course, last but certainly not least, and most important, is all of you who are with us as participants, those who are watching. Please spread the word and encourage your folks who aren't with us right now to follow us. And so I'm going to turn it over to my good brother, Dr. Wes Bellamy, who's going to recap our calls to action that we've talked about today.
Great. Thank you, Leah. Thank you so much for all of your wonderful work, as well as the committee as a whole. Shout out to everybody who put this together. And, you know, Leah is the engine who beats the drum to make sure that a lot of this stuff keeps going. So we are forever indebted and grateful to you. Thank you so much to Tanya Barnes for all of her hard work behind the scenes. Our dear sister, Bree Maxwell, thank you for your hard work. Joelle Jones, Stephen Green, Erica Sutherland. I got everybody. You know, we really, really just appreciate all of you. This, as Leah alluded to earlier, you know, is a dream really come true. An idea that started on Twitter and saying if we did a Black Millennial Convention, would anybody show up, has now turned into our third annual convening and a voice for Black millennials across the country. So again, for that, we really, really appreciate it. Thank you all. And let's not forget our calls to action. First and foremost, we need everybody to call on your senators, your congressional members, your senators, your members of the House. Please, please, please encourage them. Pass HR 40, the Commission to Study and Develop Reparation Proposals for African Americans Act. Number 2, pass the George Floyd Justice in Policing Act. There is no excuse for that. Number 3, introduce and pass the Breathe Act. Number 4, pass HR 1 SB 1 for the People Act, make voting accessible to all. Number 5, repeal voter suppression and anti-protest laws. And we're going to make sure that we want to get Juneteenth as a national holiday. And there's one that we forgot to put on here. Shout out to my good brother, Marcus Bachelor, Ty Hobson Powell. We need DC statehood, make DC the 51st state. Let's all tap in. Just listen, when we put our efforts and our energies together, we are beyond powerful. So please make sure that you follow the calls to action. A phone call, an email takes nothing but 5 to 10 minutes. Let's get it done. All right. Leah, back to you.
So again, thank you, Wes. Thank you, everyone, for all of your great work and commitment to continue on this journey to justice. If you don't already, I know we've said it quite a bit, but please make sure you follow us on social media and also share that with your network. We are on Instagram and Twitter at BMC Movement. On Facebook, we are Black Millennial Convention. So again, please make sure you follow us. Today's convention is also being restreamed on our social media platform. So please make sure you share it. Again, we thank you all so much. The journey continues. We have a lot of work to do, as all of our esteemed panelists and colleagues and brothers and sisters in this movement have shared today. And we hope that you have gotten not only inspired, but also some great directives on actions you can take now. And so, as I mentioned not too long ago, as millennials, you know, as leaders and thought provokers, if you will, and action changers or takers, we also like to party. So we wanted to cap off our first ever virtual national convening with a little day party and keeping in the spirit of, you know, celebration and community. And so we will now celebrate Black excellence with our good brother, DJ Shea Butter. Yes, as it says, his image spread it all over your body. We also want to encourage you to spread all of the wonderful information and knowledge in your mind and also in your community. So today's day party is a day party with a purpose. So again, thank you all so much. We appreciate you. And so now I'm going to turn it over to our good brother, DJ Shea Butter, to kick off the virtual party. So don't leave. We still got some celebrating to do. Thank you all so much.
I'll take doctor.
Maybe I was a little slip there. Maybe that's coming next.
All right. Let's go, Black Millennials. This is your boy, DJ Shea Butter on the ones and twos. From House of Harley Radio, H2O Media. Shouts out to the Black Millennials in the country. Shout out to all the Black Millennials that's all over the world. Today we're gonna party. Take your shoes off, get out your car, jump out the window and go outside. We're gonna do it today. We're gonna have a blast, y'all. We've been through a lot this year. COVID, we had everything going on. We had everything going on, and we're gonna relax, and we're just gonna sit back, and we're gonna have fun. All right? Shout out to the Girls Empowerment Network, live broadcast, world premiere on H2O Media, June 18th. We're gonna have a party. Let's go. Let's go.
We the best music. Another one. DJ Khaled. Stayed down till I came up. I did it, I did it, I did it. 10 toes and it's changed up. I did it, I did it, I did it. Got my hands in the air right now, cause I just wanna be here right now. I did it, 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 I did it.
Take it out, being over, let me see it. If you're looking for a trill type, let me be it. I'm from the South, never had a handout. Before I let my people starve, I'll take it out your mouth. So quick to switch up. I'm from the Lone Star, I don't need to click up. It ain't directed, so it ain't respected. Stop dropping clues, cause I ain't no detective. I'm trying to win. Don't care how I do it, just know that I did it. Why you so worried about what I be doing? Counting my money ain't making you rich. Talking down on me don't make you the how my name in your mouth more than your spit. I really encourage my haters to talk. Throwing that shade on it, keeping me lit. Hood.
Stayed down till I came up. I did it, I did it, I did it. 10 toes and it's changed up. I did it, I did it, I did it. Got my hands in the air right now, cause I just wanna be here right now. I did it, 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 I did it.
Hey, God damn it, I get it. They don't like to see when we win, but I did it. Hey, I step on my city. Chopsticks sound like a guitar in the air. Stop and take a picture when I'm jumping off a leer. I didn't run it up, it only took a couple years. The money be calling if it wasn't for my little ballin'. They be talking about I wouldn't even hear. New sports car, go switch gears. Hey, how you goddamn come here? Thought of going vegan, then again, I'm like, for what I got 10 carrots each in my living right here. 21 touchdowns, I don't even got a spirit. My climax ain't even nowhere near it. I stayed down and I stayed down and I came up. I had faith in my spirit.
Stayed down till I came up. I did it, I did it, I did it. 10 toes and it's changed up. I did it, I did it, I did it. Got my hands in the air right now, cause I just wanna be here right now. I did it, 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 I did it.
Diamonds on my neck, new contract, I ain't signed it yet. I've been playing flying, so I'm smiling on the jet. I drop it after hit, that's the domino effect. Cause I ain't going flat, ain't no stopping it. Pink and blue paper all day, like Monopoly. Brand new products, I'm proud of me. Actually, came from the bottom, ain't no need to even asking me. Ain't even seen the half of me, ain't no passing, that's a no-go. Start them killer player, start throwing low blows. I done got good with I tell the paparazzi get my angle every time they take a photo. Another one.
Stayed down till I came up. I did it, I did it, I did it. 10 toes and it's changed up. I did it, I did it, I did it. Got my hands in the air right now, cause I just wanna be here right now. I did it, 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 I did it. Stayed down till I came.
You know everybody been waiting on that baby, man. I mean, they're like, ever since baby on baby drop, man. Ever since baby on baby drop. Ain't nobody drop.
Let's go. Ha. I needed some with some bop in it. Let's go. I flew past the whip with that blunt in my mouth, watched it swerving. That whip had a cop in it. My bitch got good, fly her across the country. I finished the show and I hop in it. I got me a milli, I did it legitly. I'm still with, I'm a hot. Oh, you asking for pictures with, what's your name? Got the spot. Tryna figure which deal I'ma take. I woke up, couple meal on my plate. Let's eat. I'm investing in real estate. I just went and gave my mama 100. Probably won't hear me open my mouth, bless you hear me talking about finding some money. Let's go. As soon as I found that, I flipped that. I'm a little bit different, they get it. No, I'm stiff on the she dig. Tryna find out why baby ain't all in the mentions. No, she ain't get no DM from me. This rich it ain't free. She be throwing that, yeah, she good at it. Turn around, make her look at it. She like, ha. I needed some with some bop in it. Let's go. I flew past the whip with that blunt in my mouth, watched it swerving. That whip had a cop in it. My bitch got good, fly her across the country. I finished the show and I hop in it. I got me a milli, I did it legitly. I'm still with I'm unorthodox than them. Hey, when you gon' switch the flow? I thought you never asked. For me, it ain't about what they be rapping about, what they look scary. But to each his own. If you like it, I love it, no big. That boy say he get money. Oh, really? They just cut you a check for $1 million. I'm going back to Cali like big. Go back. About to go get a pound just to smoke. I smoke. They told me to come work on my album. I'm trying to go find out the price on the boat. Okay. Like Megan Thee Stallion, she ghetto and nasty, she driving the boat. All this shit that they making be born. There be something to buy while I ride with the pole. Here you go. Okay. I needed some with some bop in it. I flew past the whip with that blunt in my mouth. Watch it swerving, that whip had a cop in it. My bitch got good all across the country. I finished the show and I hop in it. I got me a million. I did it. I'm still with it. I'm hot. I feel like, you know, the sophisticated, you know, the ones that go to work by day then, you know, dance in the mirror by night. I needed some with some bop in it. I flew past the whip with that blunt in my mouth, watched it swerving, that whip had a cop in it. My bitch got good fly across the country. I finished the show and I hop in it. I got me a million, I did it. I'm still with it. I'm hot. Oh, you asking for what's your name? Got the spot. Trying to figure which deal I'ma take. I will.
Yeah, I'm making a change today. The liquor been taking the pain away.
Sorry, everybody. Technical difficulties. I'm back.
We the best music. Another one. DJ Khaled. Stayed down till I came up. I did it, I did it, I did it. 10 toes and never changed up. I did it, I did it, I did it. Got my hands in the air right now, cause I just want to be here right now. I did it, 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 I did it.
Take it out, being over, let me see it. If you're looking for a trill type, let me be it. I'm from the south, never had a handout. Before I let my people starve, I take it out your mouth. So quick to switch up. I'm from the Lone Star, I don't need to click up. It ain't directed, so it ain't respected. Stop dropping clues, cause I ain't no detective. I'm trying to win. Don't care how I do it, just know that I did it. Why you so worried about what I be doing? Counting my money ain't making you rich. Talking down on me don't make you the how my name in your mouth more than your spit. I really encourage my haters to talk. Throwing that shade only keeping me lit. Hood.
Stayed down till I came up. I did it, I did it, I did it. 10 toes and never changed up. I did it, I did it, I did it. Got my hands in the air right now, cause I just want to be here right now. I did it, 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 I did it. Hey, God damn it, I get it. They don't like to see when we win, but I did it. Hey, I step on my city. Chopsticks sound like a guitar in the air. Stop and take a picture when I'm jumping off a leer. I didn't run it up, it only took a couple years. The money be calling if it wasn't for my little partner. They be talking about I wouldn't even hear. New sports car, go zoom, switch gears. Hey, how you goddamn come here? Thought of going vegan, then again, I'm like, for what I got 10 carrots each in my living right here. 21 Tesla, I don't even got a steer. My climax ain't even nowhere near it. I stayed down and I stayed down and I came up. I had faith in my spirit. Stayed down till I came up. I did it, I did it, I did it. 10 toes and never changed up. I did it, I did it, I did it. Got my hands in the air right now, cause I ain't smoking here right now. I did it, 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 I did it.
Diamonds on my neck, new contract, I ain't signed it yet. Private plane flying, so I'm smiling on the jet. I drop it after hit, that's the domino effect. Cause I ain't going flat, ain't no stopping it. Reading blue paper all day like Monopoly. Brand new products, I'm proud of me. Actually came from the bottom, ain't no need even asking me. Ain't even seen a half of me, and ain't no passing, that's a no-go. Starting killer player, starting throwing low-lows. I done got good with it. I told the paparazzi get my angle every time they take my photo. Another one.
Stayed down till I came up. I did it, I did it, I did it. 10 toes and never changed up. I did it, I did it, I did it. Got my hands in the air right now.
I mean, it like ever since baby on baby drop, man. Ever since baby, you know, ain't nobody jump.
Let's go. Ha. I needed some with some bop in it. Let's go. I flew past the whip with that blunt in my mouth, watched it swerving. That whip had a cop in it. My bitch got good, fly her across the country. I finished the show and I hop in it. I got me a milli, I did it legitly. I'm still with I'm a hot. Oh, you asking for pictures with what's your name? Got the spot. Tryna figure which deal I'ma take. I woke up, couple meal on my plate. Let's eat. I'm investing in real estate. I just went and gave my mama 100. Probably won't hear me open my mouth, bless you hear me talking about finding some money. Let's go. As soon as I found that, I flipped that. I'm a little bit different, they get it. No, I'm stiff on the she dig. Tryna find out why baby ain't all in the mentions. No, she ain't get no DM from me. This wrist, it ain't free. She be throwing that, yeah, she good at it. Turn around, make her look at it. She like, ha. I needed some with some bop in it. Let's go. I flew past the whip with that blunt in my mouth, watched it swerving. That whip had a cop in it. My bitch got good, fly her across the country. I finished the show and I hop in it. I got me a milli, I did it legitly. I'm still with I'm a hot. Let's hot. I'm unorthodox than them. Hey, when you gon' switch the flow? I thought you never asked. Think with me and ain't about what they be rapping about, what they look scary. But to each his own. If you like it, I love it, no big, no fee. That boy say he get money. Oh really? How much they just cut you a check for $1 million? I'm going back to Cali like big, go back. About to go get a pound just to smoke. I smoke. They told me to come work on my album. I'm trying to go find out the price on the boat. Okay. My little like Megan Thee Stallion, she ghetto and nasty, she driving the boat. Drive the boat. All this that they making be born. Let me something to buy while I ride with the pole. Here you go. Okay. I needed some with some bop in it. I flew past the whip with that blunt in my mouth, watched it swerving. That whip had a cop in it. My bitch got good, fly her across the country. I finished the show and I hop in it. I got me a milli, I did it legitly. I'm still with I'm a hot. I'm hot.
Hey. Whoa. I feel like, you know. Hey. Hey. Yeah. I'm making a change today. The liquor been taking the pain away. I heard you was giving your chain away. That's kinda like giving your fame away. What's wrong with you? I sit in a box where the owners do. A boss is a role that I've grown into. I love you to death, but I told you the truth. I can't just be with you and only you. Yeah, I got one Virgil, got one in that day, it's the only two, man. How many times have I shown improvement? How many nights I've been woke, swerving the potholes, not trying to put the wheels on the road, okay? Funny how life goes, he thought he was sick, now we wiping his nose, okay? Soon as you give him your soul, you blow up and they say you're selling your soul, okay? They want my life exposed, they wanna know about the highs and lows. Well, summer all I did was rest, okay? And New Year's all I did was stretch, okay? And Valentine's Day I had sex, okay? We'll see what's about to happen next, okay? Okay? Okay, we'll see what's about to happen next, okay? Okay? Okay, we'll see what's about to happen. Hey, hey, we'll see what's about to happen. Hey, we'll see what's about to happen. I'm making a change today. The liquor been taking the pain away. I heard you was giving your chain away. That's kinda like giving your fame away. What's wrong with you? I sit in a box where the owners do. A boss is a role that I've grown into. I love you to death, but I told you the truth. Hey. Yeah, I got one lawyer, got one in that day, it's the only two, man. How many times have I told you the truth, man? How many nights I've been woke, swerving them potholes, not trying to fuck up the wheels or fuck up the deals. I'm posted in Stockholm, it's me, the Owls, and the twins, it's only the real. I'm moving way too humble, Weezy and handed it off, I still got no fumbles. I'm on a hot 100, numero uno, this one ain't come with a bundle. I'm in the win, $1 million in chocolate chips, and that's just how my cookie crumble. I put a skirt on a whip and a crown on a 6, but there's no need to dress up the numbers, ayy, ayy. Yeah, but I guess they must have their reasons. They wanna know how I'm living my day-to-day life in the regular season. Well, summer all I did was rest, okay? And New Year's all I did was stretch, okay? And Valentine's Day I had sex, okay? We'll see what's about to happen next, okay? Okay, okay, we'll see what's about to happen next, okay? Okay, okay, we'll see. Leave me out the
comments, leave me out of nonsense, speaking out of context. People need some content, trying to keep up. This not a contest. Whipping bands concept, heaven sent, God sent. At least that's what my mom says. Proof is in the progress. Money's not an object. Busy than I'm. You know how my job get, barking up the wrong tree. You know how the dogs get, haven't fallen off yet. Come with a classic, they come around years later and say it's a sleeper. The gears are real, the petty is real. I try plans for a feature. Deposit the money to Brenda Letitia, or Linda Felicia. She came for me twice, I didn't even know for her once. She know I'm a pleaser. 42 millimeter was made in Geneva. Yeah, I probably should go to Yeshiva. We went to Ibiza. Yeah, I probably should go link with Yeezy. I need me some Jesus. But soon as I started confessing my sins, he wouldn't believe us. Sins. I got sins on my mind and some M's. Got a lot of M's on my mind and my friends. Yeah, I keep my friends on my mind. I'm in love with 2 girls at one time and they tens. That's why I got 10 on my mind. I got M's. Got a lot of M's on my mind and my friends. Yeah, I keep my friends on my mind. Should repent. I need me some Jesus in my life. Amen. I'm 44, but I love me a threesome. DM a dilly, this shit my little secret. He trying to dish me to blow up, I peep it. I can't respond, we just do what you people. If I left some rats on the bed, you can keep it. Getting deeper and deeper, I dig it. My shovel won't be, and I was broke, had to fix it. A shark in the water, you swim with the little fish. I hit the day by tomorrow, she miss it. I grab her neck, she look up, then I kiss it. I'm not a goat, but I fit the description. I like the post, so I get the prescription. We walk around with them bands, and I bitch it. Don't jam and I blow, I ain't missing. I'm dropping hit after hit, I'm just chilling. But I send it while I chill with my children. Bigger the business, the bigger the office. I found and found me a sweat and I called up. They call for my artists, they making me offers. I don't even bargain, I start from the bottom. I lost a Ferrari, Las Vegas, Nevada. I woke up the following day and went harder. I'm cracking my shit, now they see that I'm smarter. I gotta get money, I love to get charter. I gave her 4 burgers at once for a startup. I can't let them down, walk around with my guard. I'm screaming out YOLO, yeah, that's still the motto. I know I be on some they ain't thought of. Sins. I got sins on my mind and some M's. Got a lot of M's on my mind and my friends. Yeah, I keep my friends on my mind. I'm in love with 2 girls at one time and they tens. That's why I got 10 on the train. I got M's. Got a lot of M's on my phone. I got options. And I don't wanna tell you to drop it, but I don't wanna play your fair. Yeah, something that makes me look at you too often. But baby, you can give us something. Baby, I can run all the time. Baby, I'm talking crazy.
I apologize for those technical difficulties. You know, technology, it can go in and out when it wants to. But we still gonna vibe out. Once again, shout out to the Black millennials all across the United States. The special guest and the speaking was wonderful. We're gonna relax, we're gonna vibe, we're gonna have fun, we're gonna enjoy ourselves. I'm gonna speak to you real quick. We need to pass H.R. 40. It's the commission to study, develop reparations proposals for African Americans Act. Y'all, one thing that we learned from this whole COVID situation is that our government can do anything. Am I right? Our government can do anything. We had all these loans going out. We had all the stimulus money going out. And I'm sure that we all benefited from it. So we need to get reparations. The government can do what the government did this past year and a half. The government can do a lot more. Reparations can happen. It can happen today. Let's go. House of Harley Radio, DJ Shea Butter.
Talk alright.
Baby, I just wanna talk to you. Talk to you. Tell me this shit. Tell me this shit. Know what I mean?
Look at my down. 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 Get in there, get in there. Yeah. Get in there, get in there. 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 Look at my down. Look at my down. Everybody saying down. Trap goes on the mouth. Trap goes like the down. Trap goes in the bowl. Trap goes on the stove. Trap goes worldwide. Play with the power, no eyes. Dabbing going in the dictionary. Birds singing just like Mary Mary. The got wing like a tooth fairy. Pinky ring, yellow canary. Touchdown on the pack and I run it like Barry. Me go like Eddie and Eddie. You mad about your boy that's petty. Spray the chopper like confetti. Look at my down. Got me feeling like I'm foul. Look at my dab, spreading dab across the map. I'm dabbing when I walk up in the trap. I look at the pattern like, get in there. I play with the water, need swim well. Look at my dab, get in there. Look at my dab. 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 Get in there, get in there. 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 Look at my dad. Get in there, get in there. We did it. They my mama, face all your fears, then get at me. Get so many donuts on them back streets. Sit so high in the nosebleeds. Feel like I can fly, yeah. Saying, break it, check, bill, hella check. Take the L at the ball, just so I can flex. Take the L at the mall, walking with the sex. Take the L at your bra. Yeah, she can't go back.
We the best music, nigga. Another one.
DJ Khaled. Yeah, we on and we going crazy. Crazy. Go. Oh, so we on and we going crazy. Only live one life, can I buy else I just might. Fashion killer, no knife, murder, yeah, right. Long road, we on one, oh yeah, we high. Can't have no lame. Bar vibe, go down like the bottom. You just wanna lie, though. You with the donna, with a face of a model. The only thing that I love, the veggies are Philly and we gon' run it up, yeah, we on and we going crazy. Go. So we on and we going crazy. Oh, I know that you heard about me. We pull up and they yelling out there. Let that go. Run us on money and don't be late. Yeah. My it up like OnlyFans. Run it up, run it up. We need many bands. When I'm talking bands, I'm talking about billions. Black royalty, now these cops can't handle that. Oh, yeah, we on and we going crazy. Go. So we on and we going crazy. Go. Yeah, we on and we going crazy. So we on and we going crazy.
Take off. It's time to go crazy. I'm whipping them babies and one of the greatest. Mama, we made it. My watch is infatuated. My diamond upgraded, now she wanna taste it. I had to level up, I was too patient. Back to the hood, we gon' back to the basics.
They said they hate you, but smile on your face. Thumb through the check, now my fingers is aching.
Thunder hundreds, they know how we coming. I'm making more money, y'all double it, tumble it. That's how we do coming through running. Run it, we going up, ain't no stopping this. Caribbean water, the diamonds hit.
You win the championship, that's an accomplishment. I take that back and I double it. Flooded my wrist, if you play, you get kinda lit.
Yeah, we on it, we going crazy. Go. Oh, hey, oh, say we on it, we going crazy. Yeah, we on it, we going crazy. Oh, hey, oh, say we on it, we going crazy.
You get the bag and fumble it, I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Straight off the lot, 300 cash, and the car came with a blood in it. Lil' mama a thot, and she gon' get a bag. Pull up to the spot, living too fast, dropping the dope in the stash. In Italy, got too far, they DM me. Draw at the top, when it's cold, but you feel the heat. Be real with me, keep it 100, just be real with me. Eat it up like it's a feast, they say the dope on fleek.
Deal on me, ice on my neck, baby, chill with me. That fuck in the back, don't say nothing, the a kill for me. Back as I can in my sleep, on fleek. 100K spit on that patty for lead. I'm a dog in my tree. Hop out the frog and leave. I put them bricks in the fender. My bitch walk around like she Chris Jenner. I used to break in the Emma, then take out running like the game of Temple. It's simple, I play with a mantle. Mama said she saw me on Jimmy Kimmel. Canada, cause I'm a money symbol. Walking with the rats, I'm looking crippled. Go nap, then I tip 'em. A nickel for me to take pictures. Not from LA, but I clip 'em. Double my cup or a triple. Box on my body, no biblical. I'm not your average or typical. Look at my wrist and it's critical. Hold it up, dropping the temperature. I get that bag on the regular. I got a bag on my cellular. Back in the bag of them vegetables. Bag of them cookies, it's medical. Etc. It's federal. I take off landing on Nebula. As an that's when it ends on my schedule.
You get the bag and fumble it, I get the bag and flip it and tumble it. Straight off the lot, 300 cash, and the car came with a blunt in it. Lil' mama a thot, and she gon' f a bag. Pull up to the spot, living too fast, dropping the dope in the stash. In Italy, got too far, they DM me. Draw at the top, when it's cold, but you feel the heat. Be real with me, keep it 100, just be real with me. Eat it up like it's a feast, they say the dope on feet.
Got me tripping, cut the coupe, walker roof is missing. Ice, lemonade, my neck was dripping. Ice, lemonade, my neck was dripping. Why you wanna waste my time? I can tell you really hate your life. The watch the same as mine. I can't relate, it's not a frames. I'm late, the money calling, it needs space. Boss, suicide door, brand new bag. College girls give it in my raps. Rockstar life, so much money, I'll make you laugh. Hey, they hate, and you can't miss what you never had. Hey, off the juice, got me tripping. Cut the coupe, walker roof is missing. Ice, lemonade, my neck was tripping. Ice, lemonade, my neck was tripping. Yeah, this got me tripping. Wish it was over, I've been rolling for a minute. I got the bra, she want to decide to play. 68 Charger, ducking the laws, I might do the raid. I like to ride in my new bag, and I got a new in my lap. Counting the blue strips with 2 straps, yeah. Slide in the Lambo, I slide in the Porsches. Check my garage, I got too many choices. Walk around, got a couple meals stuffed in my bag. All of my roads, shaking it.
We're going to get back to these calls to action. Shout out to Black Millennials. Look, y'all, there's a lot that happened in the past year and a half. The senseless killing of George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor. We can go around and just start naming names. As I'm talking to you, think about the names of the people that we lost through senseless murders, and also senseless murders done by police officers and people that we respect. So y'all, we need to pass the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act. It's time out for all this stuff that's going on with our people, y'all. There's a lot going on. There's a lot going on, and we need to do things to fix things. The fight's not over. We got a battle going on, y'all, and we have to get out there. We have to make sure that you are registered to vote. Make sure your IDs are straight. Make sure you have everything ready to go. And we're going to keep this party going on. House of Harley Radio, DJ Shea Butter, let's go.
Hey, hello, hello, they know, hello, hello, they know, hello, hello, they know, hello, hello, they know, shout it low, I got flavor, plus you know, the kid got paper, like 40, don't save them, bankhead, been pulling caper, the way he dropped, would've thought I had a taser, call me street, like a razor, shout it low, ATL, I'm the mayor, street, put my gear be Taylor, every day and then shout it Mike Rock later, millionaire plus, I got acre, yeah, no more nosy neighbor, to all my haters, hello, hello, they know, hello, hello, they know, hello, hello, they know, I'm the man, and you know that I got cash. I'm talking throwback, 100 grand. What's that? I hit the club and I blow that. All these no low that. I'm picture perfect, make a Kodak. Let's talk money. I got a plan now. Go boys, let's get it. Hello, hello, they know, 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 hello, they know, hey, how you doing? It's L.O. 7C3, I'm the one in the middle. I don't need to speak, I can rock it acapella. I want to, all I needed was some skill. Yeah, now I'm G. Yes, sir, just like G. A-Town fitted, who with me? L.O. She knows, they know.
I keep it thorough. I got 5 chicks in New York, that means one in each borough. I'm in the pocket like a girl. When I'm back home, no, they treat me like Robert De Niro. Took her to talk about girl. Took her home. Now I got a €1. Zeros on zeros on zeros. That's what my bank account balance say. I got a check from a shoe company. Now I do anything the New Balance say. I bought her a plane to get out of state. I got me a shorty from Roundaway. Said I'm in town today. She said she coming over and she down to stay. I got a hit. She been playing it. So when she pull up on me, I know what she about to say. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that like Stockton. Just joshing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. My body got rid of them toxins. Sports in the top 10.
Calling my tell her bring me that real good shit scholar. I like a thing with low mileage, good with no college. Call me the baby, no Tyler. I'm real creative and stylish. F in my denim. I send that hit, make them spin 'em. And I just flew back from LA on the jet yesterday. I go back and forth like I play tennis. I with you, yeah, I feel for it. Still on the Billboard, the #1 song in UK. And now they got so rich, all these. I said, don't give what you say. Like a Batman, but like I'm. I just put up in the Batmobile. The reason I with the rap, cause they caps and their raps ain't real. Believe me, you wanna keep your life and take it easy. I'm rocking water diamonds, need a water down, they drinking Fiji. My whip is orange and brown like I'm in Cleveland. My look like a soda. These title tellers, I'm a soldier. Hey, somebody tell them that it's so. You know it's baby.
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass it like
How
Stockton.
that scattered, I caught her. I'm out here with somebody's daughter. She calling me daddy. I'm somebody's father. I gotta go diss it. I when I go kiss it. I put my lips on it like somebody watered it. Diamond a glacier. The card in the wallet. She put up the but nobody caught it. She told me that she wasn't feeling my music. She told me it's nobody harder. And I'm with the G ski. I need that for the free ski. We are not buying no you selling on Peachtree. It's so much work on my celly. I had to go tell her my email it to reach me. All in my DM. I'll follow your BM. She played with the Krosky. We used to on a low ski. She used to lie on my bed and go lie to your face and say I'm just a broski. You knows me. You ain't believe it. You wanted to toast me. I had it standing as long as a ruler in case you was cooling and wanna approach me. Dropped the taker, came back in the color and she wanna. Now when that tongue get stuck, it's so deep that she cough up a lung again. 5 stars, stop there on the run again, running in diamonds. They illuminating the way that I come again. I just put so many pennies on the watch and now never got a stun again. Look,
What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in. I got options. I can pass that like Stockton. Just joshing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. My body got rid of them toxins. Sports in the top 10.
What's brackin'? Brand new whip, new mansion. Brand new tips, new dances. Same old magnum. Same old new maggots. Same old working on a weekend like usual. Way off in the deep end like usual. Swear they passed us, they doing too much. Haven't done my taxes, I'm too turned up. Virgil got a paddock on my wrist going nuts. Caught me slipping once, okay, so what? Someone hit your block up, I tell you if it was us. Man, a house in Rosewood, it too plush. Say my day's a number, but I keep waking up. Know you see my text, baby, please say something. Wine by the glass, on that a cheapskate, huh? Gotta move on my release day, huh? This is fame, not clout. I don't even know what that's about. Watch your mouth. Baby got an ego twice the size of the crib. I can never tell it is what it is. Said what I had to and did what I did. Never turn my back on FBG, God forbid. Virgil got a paddock on my wrist, doing front flips. Giving you my number, but don't hit me on no dumb. Working on a weekend like usual. Way off in the deep end like usual. Swear they passed us, they doing too much. Haven't done my taxes, I'm too turned up. Virgil got a paddock on my wrist going nuts. Caught me slipping once, okay, so what? Someone hit your block up, I tell you if it was us. Man, a house in Rosewood, it too plush.
It's cool, man. Got red bottoms on. Life is good. You know what I mean? Like,
$100,000 for the cheapest ring on the finger, little. I done flew one out to Spain to be in my domain, automata. Dropped $3 on the ring, cause it been the truck, look. I was in the trap circle, they ain't been the same since. Granted, she was standing right there while I catch play on the brick. I made them look, go haywire, Taliban in this. I done been down bad in them trenches, had to ride with that stick. Who gave you pills, who gave that guns, put them sent you on the dick. Too many convicts that rolled me to play with this. Proud about nonsense, get old summer spreading this. They had the counter like lighting it up, anybody can get it. I'm on a PJ lighting it up, backwood full of sticks. I'm trying to throw that Drake on London, and then it's extended. They got a stretcher, how we gon' die for this? Yeah, I ride for my I lie about. We some poor, high class, made it be rich. Yeah, I was at the band though, got a penthouse for a closet. It's like a shando, live on my neck, my wrist. I got pink toes that talk different languages. $100,000 for the cheapest ring on the finger. I done flew one out to Spain to be in my domain, automata. Dropped $3 on the ring, cause it been the truck, look. I was in the trap circle.
This ain't no G, this smoking nigga, dress for real. This that how you choking and got Tuka killed. Chasing clout and claiming bodies they ain't do for real. My shots, but I promise that this rap is real. This ain't no G, this smoking nigga, dress for real. This that how you choking and got Tuka killed. Chasing clout and claiming bodies they ain't do for real. In my shots, but I promise that this rap is real. They gon' shoot for real, they ain't gon' shoot for real. Call up Muwapi, grab his Glock and he gon' shoot to kill. I done hit stains for real, this ain't game for real. Go to jail or tell, I done seen hits from my cell. Damn, baby, post my bill, scream 12, all these bills came from the cartel. They say I got mail, damn, who got nailed? That boy a trophy, I'ma put him on the shelf. This ain't no G, this smoking it, dress for real. This that how you choking and got Tuka killed. Chasing clout and claiming bodies they ain't do for real. In my shots, but I promise that this rap is real. This ain't no G, this smoking it, dress for real. This that how you choking and got Tuka killed. Chasing clout and claiming bodies they ain't do for real. In my got shots, but I promise that this strap is real.
Ain't gon' lie, that look major, my carry taser. Yeah. When it comes to this little paper, my coming pages. When I had to slow down all through drugs, I had to go through phases. Even though we fighting all them cases, keep them guns on stages. Booker gave me X pills, told me chase it, but I cannot take it. Why these acting like they real, but no, they fake it. I can't take it. Here, just bro slide with a COVID man. Last op, he overgas. Smoke, get back door. Goose, he overgas. Dope, loose screws, I bet they pole. Foo, them chains for the low. Goof dude, he'll stay, he don't know. This too smoke. Don't that deuce blow. Boo-hoo, why you crying? You up? Shoot, now he mad, he ain't know.
No get it, smoking it, thrash for real. This that how you choking, ain't got two could kill. Chasing clout and claiming bodies they ain't do for real. In my got shots, but I promise that this strap is real. This ain't no get it, smoking it, thrash for real. This that how you choking, ain't got two could kill. Chasing clout and claiming bodies they ain't do for real. In my got shots, but I promise that this strap is real.
Cash on me, like I hit the lottery. Harley. Trip, watch on how they follow me. And it's blue, yeah, I got them all on me. Go, let's go. Start a shoe, yeah, I keep a style on me. Pretty freeze, made them freeze, follow me. I swear, red party, I got 30 thou on me right now. Go, let's go. To my cake, out in cake, on a piece. Send it racks, I do 10 on top my 10 racks. Diamond choke, VVS, I can't breathe. Go, let's go. Saint Laurent, my minier, Givenchy, Gucci goggles, Gucci buckles, Gucci skis. You gon' cut that, we know that was free. Go, let's go. Cash on me, like I hit the lottery. Trip, watch on how they follow me. Honey's blue, yeah, I got them all on me. Go, let's go. Start a shoe, yeah, I keep a style on me. Pretty freaks, made them follow me. I swear, red party, I got 30 thou on me right now. Go, let's go. I know shooters, NDC, Bradley Field. Shout it thick, she said I don't miss no meals. But it broke, you know you can't front the bill. Go, let's go. Shrimp and lobster, his and hers, it's a date. He gon' eat, she gon' eat, it's a plate. Make no racks, spin no racks, give a take. Go, let's go. Cash on me, like I hit the lottery. Trip, watch on how they follow me. Honey's blue, yeah, I got them all on me. Go, let's go. Got a shoe, yeah, I keep a style on me. Another one. Pretty freaks, made them follow me. Red party, I got 30 with me right now.
At 2 zeros to the 1, I'm in a different mode. It's my life, do what I want, I be with different. You know the pick and roll, I pick her up and set her home. Got rich, I'm strong, we get them in and get them gone. You know Trappy just got out, ain't have to put them on. We the ones who got the numbers to put the city on. It's the middle of the summer, I got a hoodie on. My demon time ain't nothing nice, I try not to wear nothing tight. I came up off of shooting dice, yeah. My little brother ain't living right, my sister them doing alright, my cousin them still serving life, yeah. Seen the robber digging, I seen the preacher get caught for cheating. I break the bank for one of my people. I said I'm the one, they didn't believe me. I show them the facts, now they all need me. I'ma get cake as long as I'm breathing. They making it hard, it really is, yeah. I'ma turn up on a hater every chance that I get. I want the biggest watch that they got, don't care if they carry my wrist. All these guns, all I wish I would claim that. They get hard when they get guns, we got a hood full of sticks. Soon as they say we can't come, you know we'll run around that. You can mix me with that mix, you know I live in the mix. Money, cars, and clothing, you know I live in the mix. Money, cars, and clothing. Yeah. She think I'm a regular rapper. One person come tell me you block. Watch me run it to the tip of this top. Yeah. Keep going. Put my kids in Givenchy. She must ain't 1 + 1 is 3. I can't support your personal needs. She don't got a mortgage, moved in with a needy. Be capping them cars, be leased. Youngest in charge, I feed for the streets. I was gnawed and gnawed. They woke up a beast. Struggle with men. We used to have water for dinner. We didn't have nothing to eat. Soon as I get on this, they gon' look on me down like damn, he was with me. Yeah. I'ma turn up on my head every chance that I get. I want the biggest watch that they got. Don't care if they can hurt my wrist. All these guns, all I wish I would claim that. They get hard when they get guns. We got a hood full of squares. Soon as they say we can't come, you know we'll run around there. We got this going on. Like the
done strong. You know. Alright then, now pass your place and no cross the line. And now when me from coming up hard to find. Underneath, I'm a friend up at the cost of mine. Right now, I'm gonna run and that's me feel just pass me mind. Loud the music, loud the weed, and poverty cost the crime. Anytime you see the Rasta man, no ask the mind. Vampire, them a come in a mastermind. Say them hunting blood samples hard to find. Alright, this them fi know. Anything you reap that you sow. Hands of it clean and your heart of it pure. Light up the chalice and me tell them to. Rastafari ever safe and secure. If you no mess with we, you are gonna see a million. We not the Congo long just like the Amazon. Split big like a cylinder, man up beat like gun. One question. Where you come from? Hey, I'm a beat boy retreat when he made the thing slap. Them say dreadlocks no play in a no banga wrong. And anywhere we go we dance strong. In out. When they think them a knock on the door, the 40 cal, the 44 go blah blah. Killer that step in so hot, me start she floor. Premier League, we have the arsenal to fight the revolutionary battle, cause only the battle them fi poor. The youths them fi rich, equal rights empowerment, tell them fi leave the sun to shine out, black rain will shower them. No make we legacy still like the hoe of them. DJ Khalid burn out the cow of them. This is the one, he like me, pop it off and beat one. Food to reach the people mouth and money for your reach on. Bad and brave, no take no shot, Jamaica land where we from. Shining like a beacon. We the best, so this you not see me one. If you no mess with we, you are gonna see a million. We not the Congo long, just like the Amazon. Split big like a cylinder, man up beat like gun. One question. Where you come from? Hey, I'm a beat boy retreat when he made the thing slap. Them say dreadlocks no play in a no banga wrong. And anywhere we go, we dance strong. In out. These streets are cold, you better bundle up. Don't know who to trust, most of them corrupt. We look inside them eyes and see the plan. Bounty call it, but you keep it and not step in the Mount Zion. These streets are cold, you better bundle up. Don't know who to trust, most of them corrupt. We look inside them eyes and see the plan. Well, you know the ups will never stop, man, a big up. Load up another cup. More fire. Load up another cup. Load up another cup. Well, my locks you can't touch. Well, Babylon men will say you a bluff. Load up another cup. If you no mess with we, you are gonna see a million. We not the Congo long, just like the Amazon. Split big like a cylinder, man on beat like gun. One question. Hey, I'm a beat boy retreat when he hear the thing slap. Them say dreadlocks no play in a no banga round. And anywhere we go, we dance strong. You know.
I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Calling my phone like I'm locked up non-stop. From the plane to the helicopter, yeah. Cops pulling up like I'm giving drugs out, nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Hey, shorty with the long text, I don't talk. Ay. Shorty with the long legs, she don't walk.
Let's go.
Yeah,
DJ Shea Butters on the 1 and 2. We gonna get it right. We got it right.
Get up, yeah. I want a long life, a legendary one. I want a quick death and an easy one. I want a pretty girl and an honest one. I want this drink and another one, yeah. And I'm troublesome, yeah.
Black Millennial, stand up. Let's go.
You would probably think my manager is Scooter Braun, yeah. But my manager was 20 and Budokan, yeah. Hey,
y'all are the future.
Ariana, Selena, my
we gotta get it going.
It can take as many charges as it needs to, my girl. That platinum just like
time for some changes. Releases, we gotta get it going, y'all. Let's go.
Pieces, my girl. I'ma show your sexy.
Yeah.
Relief is my girl. Please don't take no this by that geeking. And I'm not driving nothing that I gotta stick the keys in. Wonder how I got this way. I swear I got the calling my phone like I'm locked up non-stop. From the plane to the helicopter, yeah. Cops pulling up like I'm giving drugs out, nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Calling my phone like I'm locked up non-stop. From the plane to the helicopter, yeah. Cops pulling up like I'm giving drugs out, nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. I
I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Watch her, said she rep a whole different block, so I blocked her. Busy at the crib, cooking salmon with the lobster. If we talking joints, it's just me and David Foster. Bodyguards don't look like Kevin Costner, you tweaking. Just pulled up to Whitney, Houston, Texas for the evening. They tell the same story so much they start to believe it. The ones that start like Drizzy was cool, but we even. Man, how the 2468 watches factory so they appreciate. Crown in my hand and I'm really playing keep away. Don't even usually get this big without a Bieber face. Nah, piece of cake. Nah, Turks and cake. Yeah. Go and get your friends, we can sneak away. Yeah. I keep a like I keep the faith. Wonder how I got this way. Swear I got the. Calling my phone like I'm locked up non-stop. From the plane to the helicopter, yeah. Cops pulling up like I'm giving drugs, nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor. Calling my phone like I'm locked up non-stop. From the plane to the helicopter, yeah. Cops pulling up like I'm giving drugs, nah. I'm a pop star, not a doctor.
Let's go. Y'all know the dance. How you do it? I don't know how to do it. Turn those booties around. Let's go. DJ Shea Butter on 1 and 2. House of Harley Radio. Girls Empowerment Network. H2O Media.
You ain't bought that so what you bucking for? I touched down at 11:45. Big ol' bust down in the Draco when I slide. I f with 54, that swim team, they gon' die. I said, don't turn me down. It's up, no coming down. Turn me up. It's that purple hot smell. Hey, my trail. Turning up by myself. Bust down on my left. I be doing my step. Pussy out on my back. Wrapped up with them bells. Big plus on my scale. Still screaming. Running up a bank now. Don't see that Gabbana, I got Gucci on my now. I can hit your and they ain't gotta put my Mac down. I've been out in Houston, back to Sacktown. Ooh. So I buy Jimmy Choo Choo. And I'm rolling like a train, how the choo choo. I'm retarded in the brain, I got loose screws. And you know Playboy, that's my dog, like it's blue. Back down from a soul, you know me a warrior. I just hit the mall with your. When you know I'm spalling now, yeah, I'm spalling now. It's that purple hot smell, hey, my trail, turning up by myself. Bust down on my left, I be doing my step. Pussy out on my back, wrapped up with them bells, big plus on my scale. Still screaming, 12. I touched down and cause hell, touched down and cause hell, touched down and cause hell.
Come with me, leave all of your things, yeah. We can stop at Gucci, stop at Louis V, yeah. Come with me, fly you out to Greece. Full speed, so volley Paris, yeah. Come with me, leave all of your things, yeah. We can stop at Gucci, stop at Louis V, yeah. Come with me, fly you out to Greece. Full speed, so volley Paris. Speedboats, baby, in Nikki Beach. Waves in my head, smoking weed. Dipping through the sand in a Jeep. All because of what I did on beats, baby. Life sweet, baby. I stop, baby. You just go get ready, we go out, baby. Long time looking for the bounce, yeah. Ozzy had to bounce, yeah. Come with me, leave all of your things, yeah. You can stop at Gucci, stop at Louis V, yeah. Come with me, fly you out to Greece. Full speed, so volley Paris. Come with me, leave all of your things, yeah. You can stop at Gucci, stop at Louis V, yeah. Come with me, fly you out to Greece. Full speed, je suis ton génie. Rolls Royce, baby, in hidden hills. Bags full of $100 bills. I can pass your wife and she get chill. All because of how I kept it real. Like sweet, baby, on a G-Way. I get you anything you need, baby. Yeah. Work for everything you see, baby. Ooh, we, baby. Ooh, come on, leave all of your things, baby.
All right, y'all, I'm gonna come in and talk a little bit. I gotta get these calls to action out there to you that are all listening, that have the listening ear. You know, we need to introduce and pass the Breathe Act. You know, one of the biggest things that I fear about as a black man, I'm a full-time single-parent father of boy-girl autistic twins. My son is my height. I'm 6'3", 275 pounds. My son weighs the same, and he's about 6'2", and he's autistic. One of the biggest things that I'm concerned about when he gets out there in this real world is that these police officers are gonna see him as a grown person, and they're not gonna understand him. And my biggest fears is that he will know how to carry himself and know how to communicate with the police officers. Y'all know that talk that we gotta have with our kids. Y'all know that talk that we gotta have with our kids on how to speak to police officers, what to do, when to do it, when not to do it. Isn't that sad? Other communities don't have to have that talk. But as you can see, things are happening in other communities with the senseless stuff that's going on with the Asians and everybody committing violence on them. We know what that's about. But the police officers, you know, when they go for us, it's like they feel like we got magical powers and we can take pain, but we can't. If you put your knee on our neck, we can't breathe. If you put your knee on our chest, we ain't gonna be able to breathe. If you smother us, we're not gonna be able to breathe. We're not gonna be able to breathe. So we gotta get these laws passed, and we gotta make them happen now. And you know what? You're not gonna be able to do it sitting on your couch. You're not gonna be doing it sitting in your car taking trips. Take trips. I need a vacation right now. I've been at it for 1.5 years, just like y'all. I need a vacation. But we gotta get to these calls of action, and we gotta stand up, and we gotta defend our families, our children, our future. This is for our future. You know, back in the civil rights movement, it was their time. Today, it's our time, 2021. It's our time to make a move. If you put your knee on our neck, we can't breathe. If you smothered us, you can't breathe. We can't breathe. Get your knee off our necks. Find a better way. I was in the military. You can find a better way. Shout out to my members in the armed forces, United States Air Force, Army, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, Coast Guard. But we gotta do this now. We can't wait until the next election. The black millennials are out there right now making these changes. Right now, they're holding this convention because they need to see these changes, not in the next couple of years, not the next 4 years. These changes need to happen today. It can happen today. Put the pressure on your congressman and woman. Put it on your legislator, your state and federal government, national government. You can do it. Just put the pressure on them and we keep moving. We're gonna get back to it. House Harley Radio. I'm gonna be right back. House Harley Radio, let's go.
Come with me, leave all of your things, yeah. You can stop at Gucci, stop at Louis V, yeah. Come with me, fly you out the beach. Full speed, so volley Paris. Come with me, leave all of your things, yeah. You can stop at Gucci, stop at Louis V, yeah. Come with me, fly you out the beach. Full speed, so volley Paris.
Don't get me started. Now I'm on in the
Black millennials, let's go. DJ Shea Butters on the 1 and 2. Let's go. Again, shout out to Girls Empowerment Network. This is the shirt that I'm wearing. I'm one of the producers of the show. June 18th, world premiere. Go to Facebook right now. Like House of Harley Radio. Facebook, IG.
My tolerance is zero. When I be in the club, you already know the dealio. VIP be full of bad it's like a video. You understanding what a dough is? We buying all the you better take your and leave if we ain't got your yes, I'm loose like a goose with a deuce of that juice. It might slow you down, but to me, it's a boost. I'm a gangster in the club where the G's at. And they ain't talking cars when they ask you where them keys at. Make your old lady put her where her knees at. You don't break it off, they'll find out where them leaves at. Dollar bill, all it really need. I knew how to count the money before I knew how to read. Let that chopper go and knocking arm out of sleeve. Cause when I get loose, somebody try to go. Don't get me started. Now I'm on in the party. Loose as a goose, don't get me started. When I click a thug, when I step out in the party. Loose as a goose, don't get me started. Full of that, when I step out in the party. Loose as a get me started. Gone out them jiggers when I step out in the party. I say a coon, I'm a tie. That's how I'm feeling. Look up at the roof, yeah, that's me, I'm to the ceiling. I'm ready and willing. Throw it back. I'm in the building. Do what you do. Go watch my sneakers. I spend good money, step on them and I sneak. I am to pieces, like I got the who's out there body. You know he on the jiggers. I saw him a cup up in my hand, man. Right beside me doing a murder man dance. Don't think about me. You ain't got a chance. Last night I had to jump in a 3-point stance. I hop up on the stage, tell DJ Chip run it. I real that's gonna keep it 100. Where my mind is. I think it's been long. In a club like a chicken with my cut off. Cause I be loose as a goose. Don't get me started. Now I'm all in the party. Loose as a goose. Don't get me started. When I click a thug, when I step out in the party. Loose as a goose. Don't get me started. Full of that. When I step out in the party. Loose as a goose. Don't get me started. Gone out them jiggers when I step out in the party.
Need that rolling, want me to buy, huh? Take it to ball, hard and spend a couple thousand, huh? You need a nigga, put the mileage on it. She talking, I'm proud of her. I put that product on it. Big ring, gripping, ain't talk like this. Beat the now she walk like this. They ain't never seen money in a vault like this. Cash money, bling, bling.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm just getting warmed up. Wow. Hey, I'm having fun. Y'all having fun out there? Black millennials, y'all having fun?
I be stunting like my mother. Dad, let me go. I'm talking when in 2006 on a private plane.
I gotta dance a little bit.
Took like $45,000 for the brand new watch on top of my wrist. And I put it to the ground in the rose truck with a brand new Glock on the side of my hip. Please don't turn me up. Don't starve with me. Walk in the store, get everything like a robbery. He checked his girlfriend Instagram. I bet she follow me. I pulled up rockin' Prada boots. My look say she proud of me. They say, baby, they like.
Shine on you, big spender, yeah. I need on my wrist, yeah.
Shout out to the Divine Nine that's out there. I know y'all out there.
Shine on you, big spender, yeah. I need on my wrist, yeah. Shine on you, big spender, yeah. I need on my wrist, yeah.
Sliding on your thick spinner, yeah. I lean on my wrist, yeah. Oh, another one. Sliding on your thick spinner, yeah. I lean on my wrist, yeah.
Body in motion, you got me so unfocused, yeah. Baby, I'm so done. Make a party, mama, girl, you your way. Got me intoxicated, I'm gonna do your way. You should reach out and take it. I'm getting impatient. You should reach out and take it. Do your way.
We're having too much fun, y'all.
You can have it your way. We've been fucking around for 48 months straight. I won't judge you if you let me hit it first base. Put you in position I don't even much play. You get my attention, I'm real big on concentration. I won't tell no one I ain't that into conversation. Keep you looking good, I do believe in presentation. Buy you sports cars if you can keep my mind racing. I'll never have you waiting. I'm getting off, I'ma charge it to my credit card, never charge it to my heart. We can keep it in the dark, but if you want, I'll show you off. You can get on top and ride me like a Harley, it don't matter long as you take me there.
Body in motion. Ooh, look, I got you focused, yeah. House of Harley. Body in motion. Keep that body in motion. Body in motion. You got me so done focused, yeah. Baby, I'm so done. Wait. Ain't no problem, I'ma give you your way. Got me intoxicated, I'm gonna do your way. You should reach out and take it. Getting impatient. You should reach out and take it. Do your way. Body in motion.
Dark lemonade got me right around toxic. She give me neck like a ostrich and a lobster. She like I stack the pancakes like Betty Crocker. And I do the dash, she gon' me, I'ma crash. Took her on a vacay, brand new product bag. I just wanna spoil you every day I can. You ain't gotta rap, I give you your advance. I bought a brand new, then bought a brand new. And I promise Webster, I know you never go to Ross. You strategize, you fly, you kill them all. I wanna get what I've been given. I wanna, that's how I'm living. Yeah.
Body in motion. Ooh, look, I got you focused, yeah. Body in motion. Keep that body in motion. Body in motion. You got me so damn focused, yeah. Baby, I'm so done. Wait. Ain't no problem, I'ma give you your way. Got me intoxicated, I'm gonna do your way. You should reach out and take it.
You got me thinking, babe. Tell me if you with it, cause I'm with it, babe. I haven't heard from you and I'm in it, babe. Just tell me what to do and I get it, babe. Gucci and Prada. Trip crib in the middle of the night. I know that you miss me as I put it down right down, babe. I can put you on a flight. You know that a girl like me can change your life, oh, babe. Everything you do is amazing. Ain't nobody got to go crazy. I got what you need. Everybody think you shy, but I know you a freak, little baby. Everything you do is amazing. Ain't nobody got to go crazy. I got what you need. Everybody think you shy, but I know you a freak, little baby. I've been overseas going crazy. I could tell you love it when we made up. Black and gray diamonds like we're raid up. Orange peel, yeah, love is real. Love and skills, I need some love and skills. Love my back draws and you love me still. Eyes come lazy, but she is real. Dressed to kill. Biggie bomb to your tie. I can put a stone by your heart. I can say you never switch your sides. You never tell me lies. Not rushing ties, yeah. Trip crib in the middle of the night. I know that you miss me cause I put it down right there, babe. I can put you on a flight. You know that a girl like me can change your life, oh, baby. Everything you do is amazing. Ain't nobody got to go crazy. I got what you need. Everybody think you shy, but I know you a freak, little baby. Yo, give me lit. Was on my phone when they found out that I'm rich, then they switch. When they say I'm choosing on my top down, gotta doing donuts on the yeah. Pause for the flip. Damn it, bust it, baby, watch you do it on the spin. She don't need no hands, so no pain. Do your dance, poppin' rubber band, hit the dash, make it dance. Yo, where about me phone, just to get down, let me put it down, put it down, watch me put it down.
promise you ain't nothing like these LA girls. And we can sip Slurricane, listening to Earl. Who knew we bring the bay to the world? Love letters to you, hit different than any I wrote. I sent flowers to your office, hope you get the note. I put an inside joke between us right there in the quote. I'll sing your praises all day, I'll hit the Whitney note. Cause you're my queen, all that I need, yeah that I mean. Radiohead and rainbows, ultralight beams. This sport plays more like tennis, don't need a team. It's just me and you and it's everything that it seems for real.
Come on, let's do some things we never do. Switch sides, you drive. So what I need, don't turn down now. Tell me if you need a time now. Girl, it's just you and us, baby. Fall in love with you playing. Yeah.
Know you felt boxed in, let me get you out your mind, friend. Just know I'm serious, I ain't into playing mind games. We could go rounds, I wanna eat it like an entree. Favorite position, I be hitting that all kind of ways. You throw it back, I spin 3 stacks, I feel like Andre. You in the Zodiac, so tell me what your signs say. Won't take your love for granted, it could all be gone today. Let's get away, tug off, way out in Monterey. You said you scared of heights, but I know you ain't scared to ride. Come ride, reside, put them panties to the side. And when you mad, made me love when we collide. Could tell I was invited, how you let me come inside. Made me switch plans, had to change up the course. And we know that love don't feel the same when it's forced. You could pick, we hopping out the range of the Porsche. Now you mad, slapping lemonade in a Porsche. Relax, man.
Come on, let's do some things we never do. Switch sides, you drive. So what I need, don't turn down now. Tell me if you need a time now. Girl, it's just you and us, baby. Fall in love with you playing. Yeah, you in my city. So don't take it easy on you. Know that you love nobody else. You up on
take you out real quick, 3 more. Pull up, that's how it goes. Big bands, I'm coming straight, one bag. If she do it, I say so. 2 big 40s and a big Draco. 3 more millions when you ask how my day go. Put up a phone, now the blueberry fango. One false move and we straight to the source. 2 small bands just to take you out real quick, 3 more. Pull up, that's how it goes. Big bands, I'm coming, I'm on my, yeah. We some rock stars and I'm on my, yeah. KK walk hard, this not my little, my Glock hard. Straight to the cash, I'm a shot star, straight to the pay. I'm not, got me some.
So y'all, DJ Shea Butter on the ones and twos. I'm gonna come back talk to y'all a little bit more. Y'all, hey, what's going on? So Joe Biden wins the election, right? And it seemed like the folks on the other side just went plumb crazy. They said, oh God, Joe Biden won. Okay, I'm back. Technology. Okay. So Joe Biden wins the presidency, right? And the folks on the side just went crazy, like, oh my God, we had 75 million votes for Donald Trump, right? You know, oh my gosh, oh my goodness, it's the end of the world, right? So some folks down in Georgia, mainly in Georgia, decided to make it harder for people to vote. Isn't that sad? It seems like every time somebody gets a win, somebody always want to change something to make it easier for them and for harder for others. So we want to get in the way of that. We want to stop that. And we don't want that to happen. Y'all, they're just making it harder and harder for people to vote. And we got to make sure that some of these senseless laws that are being passed, that we make voting accessible for all. And that's pass HR 1/SB for the People Act, making voting accessible to all. We gotta make voting accessible to all, y'all. You know, it made it easier You know, I ran for school board here in Columbia, South Carolina, Richland School District 1. And it was just so much easier seeing everybody getting out to vote early. It made me being on the campaign trail a little bit easier, and I could reach more people by foot, by phone, by the internet, by social media, whatever have we all. And so now people want to make it harder for people to vote. We can't let that happen, y'all. We can't let that happen. Black millennials not gonna let that happen. We ain't gonna let that happen. We're gonna do what we gotta do so that we can make the future better for ourselves and our children and our children's children and therefore forward. So let's make sure that we go out and get these things, make sure that these things don't pass. And we need to pass and make it easier for people to vote. I mean, we can vote on American Idol just like that. So I'm sure where there's a will, there's a way, right? So we need to get that done. We need to repeal voter suppression and anti-protest laws. Y'all, the past year and a half opened our eyes to a lot of stuff, and we just got to be ready. We got to be ready, y'all, and we got to get out there, and we got to get the necessary changes that need to happen for ourselves and our future. I want to thank the young Black millennials. Sorry for the technical difficulties. You know how technology is. But we'll get it straight next time. DJ Shea Butter, follow me, DJ Shea Butter on IG. Also, I need y'all to go right now, follow Black Millennials. You can go to Instagram, and Twitter at BMC Movement, Facebook at Black Millennial Convention. All right, so we're gonna do a couple more. I don't know when y'all cut me off, but I'm just getting a little warmed up, so I'm gonna keep going.
Go on and on, can't understand how I last so long. I must have superpowers, rap 225,000 hours. Get a calculator, do the math. I made 1,000 songs that made you move. And for the last 300 months, I made 16 albums with me on the front, and they bump. Where you get your beats? I heard 93 rappers say like me. 2 singers and 10 comedians, and I'm still gonna yell it every time you see me in. What's my favorite word? Why they gotta say it like short? You know they can't play on my court, can't hang with the big dogs, stay on the porch. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Blow the whistle. Where you get that from? Grab a mic, spit one. Let me hit that MC 8 Ball and MJG. Keeps
All right. Thank you everyone for joining us for our 3rd annual National Convention. Again, if you don't already, please follow us at BMC Movement on Instagram and Twitter, and also on Facebook at Black Millennial Convention. We want to thank DJ Shea Butter for providing the entertainment for our day party. Again, we've given several calls to action. We've created a policy brief, which will be on our website, blackmillennialconvention.com. Everyone, thank you so much for spending your day with us. We look forward to continuing on this journey to justice with all of you. Take care, everyone, and be safe. We look forward to seeing you at our next convention, Lord willing, in person. Take care, everybody.